we've arrived. We have arrived here for our 4-hour of Le Mans event. I will have to do a sound check shortly, but I cannot believe it. We are here. Now, we need to see where we stand in terms of... Mike is a bit quiet. I need to move it just a little bit closer here. Let me put it here for you. Yeah, so we have arrived. For some reason, the overlays aren't showing. There we go. So just get rid of them, get rid of that, get rid of that. Bring the standings up. So that is the drivers we have on the grid at the moment. I think a hypercar driver has just left. We did just have 12. I know that a lot of drivers... I mean, so we are supposed to have 33, so that is disappointing. We still have 2 minutes and then 1 hour of qualifying. And I do expect some drivers to be joining in qualifying because it is a very early race. And some people think it's 12 o'clock. Hey, Diamond, thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. Yeah, really do appreciate that, mate. Thank you. So, I am expecting big things. That overlay is massive. Yeah, I've just put it down. That my delivery order isn't here yet. Stretch pressing here. Yeah. So at the moment we have 25 drivers. We just had 26. A real trophy is being given to the champions today. We've got a few names that have joined back that have not raced here for a while. Jan Wagner, Janaudit, Richard, Ligler, Theo, Stefano, Marcel Fuchs, Nicholas Duncan. But we do have some newbies. So Alessandro, Ligler is a new driver. Joseph Gelder is a new driver. Mr. Infinity is a new driver. And Rajmond is also a new driver. So it should be a fun one. I want to try and find out their names. So just bear with me a minute whilst I just stretch that out so I can see their names. There, that's a little better. Right. Okay, so we are getting everything ready. Guys, you need to remember you must have downloaded the Marshall Birds. Marshall Birds, realistically, we get 20 or 5 finishes. Yeah, probably, mate. You're probably right with that one. So, yeah, guys, make sure you've downloaded the Marshall boards because if you are given a direct flag, say like a yellow flag or a VSC or a full course yellow, whatever it might be, full course yellow, not a VSC, if you do not follow them flag rules, you will be given a penalty and it will probably end up with you being disqualified. So you need to make sure you're following everything and all of the Marshall boards. I don't want anybody getting disqualified, if I'm completely honest with you. I want everybody in this race to finish the race. So yeah, Jan, I don't know what it is. So we have a lot of drivers on track. There we go, another driver. So Razvan Doprakana, Lucas Rzinski, Rajman Takas, Joseph Gelder, Emmanuel Hamilton, Ethan Taylor, Peter Peterson, Mr. Infinity Tamamo, Crossaguri, Cat, Josh Harper, Jones and Ryan Clemenson are your hypercar drivers. Now let's see if we can go quick enough through the GT3s. Arnie Brandhurst, Alan Borowski, Alessandro Luca, Oscar Ellis, Jamie Brass, Robert Rockford, Jan Wagner, Mato Gubro, Richard Tychak, Ligler, Barnabas, Theo Timeland, Stefano Lavrone, Marcel Fuchs and Nicholas Duncan are your GT3 drivers for this event 1. 5 hours of qualifying. I've took a Pro Plus and a Red Bull, so I'm absolutely flying. Right, let's go. Yes, Marshall boards. We do need the Marshall boards. Let's get these bad boys up. Marshall boards. Boom. There you go. How do you make it stick? Control Alt T, is it? Control Shift T? Something like that. To make it go transparent. Something like that. I'm only here for gigs. Hey. What's it doing to me? Oh, I'm trying to drink it from the wrong side. No, I'm not. Shift Alt T, yeah. More Red Bull with ice. I'll be needing that through the race. Let's go. So, we have Alan Borowski. So at the moment it is night time. And that is because it is a full 24-hour game cycle race. So although it's 4 hours, it's ×6 time scale. That gives us a full 24 hours. I'm buzzing. I'm absolutely buzzing for it. And you know what? Even though I'm going to spend 60 quid on this race through trophies, I'm absolutely buzzing. Maybe more, actually, because my missus said to me last night, do you not want to get, give a driver of the day a trophy or something like that? Yeah, so, it might be more. It is 30-30 qualifying. GT3s will do the first 30 minutes. Hypercar will do the second 30 minutes. A pre-qualifying race prediction, potentially, mate. So, I think... Oh, look at this, it's a hypercar. So, let's bring up the track map. So, that is your track map. 33 corners. Le Mans is absolutely huge. The laps are huge, which is great for long racing like this. I need to just keep checking Discord. We will be getting going in 30 seconds. This is it. It is lights out. Qualifying will begin. Rajmond is winning hypercars by a mile. Rajmond. Oh, really? Interesting. So we are on board with Alan Borowski. We've got Alessandro Luca. And then Rajmond. So Rajmond Takacs. Arnie will win GT3s. It's crazy because Arnie hasn't raced since season 1. And he's come back today. You got to remember, people say, oh yeah, they're winning. It's 4 hours. They've got to stay in the race for 4 hours. So it doesn't even matter about pace. It's about consistency. It's about who gets it in the race. It's about who makes no mistakes. GT3 may begin qualifying. Event 1 is live. And here we go. Here we go. Fabrizio Romano, here we go. So the drivers will begin qualifying. And it will be the GT3s that will be out first. Arnie Brandhorst is already out on track, so he will get us underway. So you can ride on board with Arnie Brandhorst on the way out of the pit lane. So is Theo Townland, Ligler Barnabas, and Robert Rockford. Matto Gubro is also on his way out in the Porsche. So you can see there's still a mix of drivers, but everybody's sort of rocking with the same BMW, Porsche or Lexus. Only one McLaren, which is Jamie Brass. Wow. Oscar Ellis on his way out. Now Alan Borowski is on his way out. Jamie Brass on the soft compound tyres. But we are riding on board. Let me know how the audio is, guys. I want to know if it's too low, if it's too quiet, if it's too loud. Let me know. I do not want to ruin the stream because I didn't know. Right, let's go. So we're riding on board with Arnie Brandhorst, the first driver out on track in the Porsche, coming all the way down this huge long straight. You've got that little kink through turn 11. And this is going to be fantastic here. We'll bring the drivers up at the top. Oh, you know what? I've not even set that up. Bear with me, guys. There's something I've not even set up yet. So, we've not set these up. So these are supposed to go around the drivers to sort of say there's people either side of you. So let me just check how they would look on board. Yeah, that's good. It's just more things to be able to bring in the race. So I think, did I set that as V? Yeah. There we go. So, Arnie Brandhorst. A soul that I am absolutely fantastic. I am really, really looking forward to this one. You know, with the race here in Le Mans, it gives us a little bit. How do I get at that marshal board? Control Shift T. Control Alt T. I don't know. Alt Shift T, thanks mate. I knew I'd get there in the end. Cheers guys, I always forget. So, the track is absolutely huge, and that's what you want. You don't want to be rushing back and forth throughout the lap. You want to be able... George Benham unlocked me on Steam. What? Who? I think he's talking to somebody else. What game is this? This is Le Mans Ultimate. And this is the 4 hour of Le Mans. So we are on board with Arnie Brandhorst as he comes around turn 9 and down the huge straight of turn 10. He is the first driver on track to set a lap. Then we've got the drivers queuing up behind. 30 minutes of qualifying for each class and then 4 hours of racing. See, Garage should be a cracker. Absolutely, mate. I'm absolutely buzzing for it. How are we all? I hope you're having a great Sunday morning, and he is really close to the billboards there, Arnie Brandhorst, representing the Boxer team with that multicoloured zebra livery. So down towards turn 12. Sorry guys, just replying to a message. So Arnie Brandhorst coming down in towards turn 20. I'm going to bring the track map up for Le Mans. just trying to find the track number. 2 seconds, guys. So, Arnie Brandhorst will be the first driver to hit the line in our event. So, Arnie Brandhorst, you've got Ligler Barnabas in the Porsche. It's a very nice Porsche as well, with that purple livery. Theo Townland in the Mercedes, always like to represent in that beautiful all black. The Swedishman will take provisional pole in the GT3s with that 007 representing. So Robert Rockford will take it away from him. The Porsche driver takes P1. Oh, see, Garrett, yeah, I know, it's nice as well outside, so I can imagine there'll be a lot of people doing other things. So, Oscar Ellis in the Lexus goes up to P2, and then Mato Gubro in the Porsche. Mato Gubro is a very consistent driver, and I'm sure he will be right to the end of today's race. He will be there. So, looking forward to it. Yellow sector, yellow flag, just a yellow flag. So Alessandro Luca, there's a few drivers using that livery on the Porsche. Jamie Brass in the McLaren, and he's using that famous livery now that represents the BMW. What I've got to say as well, remember Jamie Brass is in a championship fight in the Thursday LMU tier, so that will be interesting to see what he can do. He's shown an incredible pace recently at Yellow Sector 1. Richard Tajczak in the Lexus, and look at that for a livery. I know the Slovakian drivers, they do love a good livery, and it is a special event. Titan Core Racing Series livery. Sorry, Titan Core Racing livery. The Slovakian drivers, and it has got F7R on the side of it. I love it. So he's using the one-of-a-kind livery for this event today. Richard Tajczak with the Slovakian team of Titan Core Racing with that F7R on the side of it. Absolutely loving that. Jamie Brass in the McLaren. So it's a very, very long circuit here in Le Mans. Is anybody's stream lagging? No, is it just my laptop? So in towards turn 12 for the McLaren. That livery looks fantastic. Also with F7R on the side of it. So a few drivers representing today. I do really appreciate that. Arnie Brandhorst in the Porsche coming through turn 20. Through Virage Denage at turn 20, down towards the Porsche chicane we go at turn 23. And you can hear the helicam chopping away, and you can see Arnie Brandhorst really struggling to control that Porsche, also representing the 007 numbers. And that was really sketchy as he comes through the point and down towards the karting S's. Into turn 27 we go. Back onto the throttle for Arnie Brandhorst. You've got a couple of drivers behind. Still yet to set a lap time. Remember, 30 minutes for the GT3s. And then we move on to your hypercar drivers. Let's just have a look how the fastest lap times look so far. So for the GT3s, Alan Borowski and then Oscar Ellis. But through comes Arnie Brandhorst, and he does not compete with the lap times. There is a couple of drivers that is 3 seconds behind. So Alessandro Luca coming through the Porsche chicane at turn 23. It was green, and that is Theo Townland 1.1 clear. You can see the jump that he's made in the top left. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Theo Tarnland. We are still waiting for a couple of drivers to join the grid, but we do still have a stacked one here at the 24-hour of Le Mans. So Alessandro Luca will be the first driver, and then I think Oscar Ellis is also behind. So Alessandro Luca in the Porsche, coming down towards the line, and he will go P2. And there's a couple more drivers. I think Mato Gubro will be one who is also wearing a special event livery for today's race. Mato Gubro. Beautiful. We absolutely love it. So a couple of the drivers with them special event liveries. Jamie Brass in the McLaren, and then you have Richard Tajciak with that one-of-a-kind coming through the Cartonesses. And just hearing that chopper in the sky, watching down on this Lexus. And the number 7 driver coming through the last couple of corners, 31, 32 and 33. And we are about to find out where Richard can put it. That is really nicely done through there. And Richard coming down towards the line. And he will put it and keep it in P11. So he does not set a lap time, but he is now flying high. Theo Tarnland 6 tenths clear of Alessandro Luca in P2. Alan Borowski will start his next lap. He's 1.1 behind the pole sitter. There is still a lot of drivers yet to set a lap time. Jan Wagner in the Mercedes coming down in towards the Dunlop curve at turn 1. Stefano Lavarone heading in towards turn 11 at the right and left hander. Just hugs the apex back onto the throttle. Very distinguishable now with that livery on that BMW. He is waiting for a full-time seat in our Monday tier. Has just recently joined McLaren after Oscar Ellis swapped to the BMW. What I will say, guys, if you are looking for a seat, make sure you make a ticket, because it goes off the tickets that have been made in that order. Even if you're looking to swap, you need to make a ticket. So, riding on board with Stefano. And we can see just how good he is as he's just completely flat out walking in, going into the Mulsanne chicane. Ligler is up to P7. So through turn 14 and 15, you can see the way he just eases through in that snap. And you can see it on the throttle. That little downward bit is the snap. And then back onto the throttle and flat out now. It is great to get this sort of information on the cars. So if you are watching on Twitch or TikTok, there are 35 people watching at the moment. I hope you're well. It's a very early morning race. I understand some people will want to lie in, but we are going racing for 4 hours of Le Mans. I know there's still a few drivers missing. They're probably not woken up in time. So, yeah, so I think that's your best bet, isn't it? So, Stefano is going to be the next driver to the line. Nicholas Duncan's still in the pit lane. I think he was asking about changing classes. I'm not sure you can now. You've put your name down in a car. So we're going to head down towards the line. This 4 hour of Le Mans in qualifying to the line, and Stefano will start his lap. And Alan Borowski. Oh, the Polish driver. Something out of Tokyo drift through there. He just clipped the wall and carried on going as if nothing ever happened. The Polishman was very close to smashing out in qualifying. And that is Richard Tajciak. The Slovakian driver in the Lexus has gone up to P2. Le Mans is such a massive track, and because it's 4 minutes a lap, you literally need to be on point for 4 minutes. And I don't think people quite understand how taxing that is on your body, how taxing that is on your arms when you are driving consistently for 4 minutes straight just to get one lap on the board, and any slight mistake will send you down the grid. I understand, Nicholas. I see what you mean. I don't know if will it let you do that. You can try. What do you mean you can finally type? Nicholas, did somebody ban you? I didn't even know you were banned. D38, how you doing, mate? So, Richard on provisional pole. Look at that. Alessandro Luca in the pit lane. Alan Borowski coming down the Mulsanne straight in towards turn 11. And the Lexus driver. So on board with Alan Borowski. I think there's a few other drivers as well. So we are just in this zone. 10 minutes of qualifying to go, and that was Alessandro Luca. I think, no, there was somebody else. I think it was Marcel Fuchs in that Ferrari that just went up to P6. So Marcel Fuchs, I think he's running a different livery for today's race. Arnie Brandhorst, the Boxer driver, 1.5 clear of Theo Thailand. And that is exactly why he's come back for this one race. Wow, that is something. So he has returned for this race today, looking to win that trophy. You've still got Ligla Barnabas, who is yet to set a lap, but he's just coming out of the Mulsanne corner. Jamie Brass in that McLaren, bidding for the championship on the Thursday Elms and GT3 class. Fantastic stuff. I just want to make sure the microphone is my HyperX. We do have a few different screens today. Yeah, no worries, Reese. So, got a few options to switch between commentary today. Carrot. So down towards the line for Jamie Brass in the McLaren to start his lap, but then you do have Alan Borowski In the background, Alan Borowski will go up to P3. And these times are getting very close now. So the gap, 1.5. This is how it looks in the screen. So Arnie Brandhorst is a mile ahead at this moment in time. It kind of seems a bit unfair, really. One driver is down, so we did have 14 in the GT3s. Now we only have 13. So the driver has left. I'm going to eat in time. Yeah, no problem, Nicholas. And yeah, no problem, Emmanuel. Glad to see that you're able to make it. I think Reese is joining as well. And so we still have a few drivers that are yet to join the grid. It's a 4-hour race. If you start from the back or you start from the front, I don't think it really matters because of the length of the race. I think consistency is going to win it. I think patience is going to win it. And determination, really, because you are determined to finish the 4-hour. Yeah, Nicholas, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. So, Alan Borowski, Theo Townland, Oscar Ellis is up to P2. And now he's on his way back out. Jan Wagner in the Mercedes. He will be looking to improve his lap time. Yeah, Emmanuel. You think I'm going to win it? Maybe, Carrot, maybe. So we are riding on board with Jan Wagner. So we are just trying just get all the overlays, make sure they're working. Really good stuff. So Arnie Brandhorst is currently on provisional pole to Oscar Ellis, Theo Townland, Alan Borowski, Marcel Fuchs, Richard Tychak, Alessandro Luca. Then we've got Jan Wagner, Robert Rockford. We've got a few different drivers coming down towards the line. Matthew Wells, nice to see you back, mate. Glad you're recovering, glad you're okay. So, a couple of different drivers. I think Jamie Brass is going to be one of them. He is coming through the karting S's. Very close to the wall. Alan Borowski did touch that wall and he ended up going P4. Can Jamie Brass improve enough? He's the only driver racing in the McLaren today. We still have like 4 or 5 drivers that are set to join through qualifying. Only 4 minutes of this GT3 qualifying remaining, and then we move on to your hypercar. What's going on, Ben? How we doing? I hope you're well. We've got so many good overlays for today's race. Jamie Brass will go up to P8. Not a bad lap at all for the Scottish driver. He is still 3 seconds behind Arnie Brandhorst though, and he won't be happy about that one. Ligler, Barnabas, and then Mato, Gubro, Stefano Lavarone. I think Theo Townland will be the next driver. Is he improving? Who knows? Let's try and find out. He is not improving. So is there a driver, Alessandro Luca, and he is slightly up. So Alessandro in that Porsche. I don't think the drivers are going to have much longer. 3 minutes of the GT3 qualifying to go, and then we move on to your hypercars. Is there still going to be a GT3 quali? What do you mean? So GT3 qualifying ends in 2.5 minutes. And then we move on to your hypercar drivers. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Just messing around with stuff. There we go. I've got the whole screen set up nicely so I can flick between what I need to flick between. So, Alessandro Luca into P7. Arnie Brandhorst still leading Oscar Ellis in B2, but he's 2 tenths down on his lap time. 1 minute and 15 seconds in qualifying to go. And then we move on to your hypercar. We have, at the moment, 27 people watching in Twitch and 5 watching in TikTok. 32 people watching this amazing race, and it's only in qualifying. Imagine when we get going, this is going to be fantastic. GT3 qualifying over. There we go. So my timing isn't the same as the one in the top. My timing seems a little bit off. So there we have it. GT3 qualifying is over. The drivers can finish what they're doing. Mato Gubro is 6 tenths up. This is exactly what he needs. He needs more than that. Mato Gubro. Then we have Alan Borowski. Hey, be right. Thank you so much, mate. Gifted 5 subs. Mate, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. For the event. Let's go. Be right. Gifting 5 subs. That's amazing. Really appreciate it, mate. Really appreciate it. That is massive. That is massive, thank you. So, Hypercar Green, we are going racing. So, GT3s will finish their laps. We do have Mato Gubro that will come to the line first. Mato Gubro is going to be one of them patient drivers today. Nicholas Duncan and Ligla Barnabas did not set a lap time. I don't know if that is on purpose. So here we go, and Alan Borowski is not improving into the gravel. Arnie Brandhorst is in. Sorry, Alan Borowski is into the gravel, and that is it. 14 drivers all set and ready to go in this race. I think the GT3s is over. The hypercars are on their way back out. I think Richard Tajciak is in the pit lane. There's another driver. I think that might be Alessandro Luca. It is. Who is still finishing his lap and still maybe able to improve. Arnie Brandhorst is currently on a provisional pole for the GT3s. We have the extra driver in the hypercars. And they are on their way out. Ah, Marcel, I know. So GT3 qualifying is over, and I don't think Alessandro Luca is going to improve. Also, Stefano Lavarone is 1.2 up. This is huge. That could improve his position. So that is it. GT3 is over. Let me just take a picture of that just to get the standings. So we move on to the hypercars, and the first hypercar driver that will be setting a lap will be Ryan Clemenson, I think. No, it won't. Is it Lucas Radzinski? It is. So we are green for the hypercars. Hypercars may begin qualifying. And we've had 5 gifted subs already for the event. And it will be Lucas Radzinski that gets us underway. Tamamo Cross just behind him. And then we have Emmanuel Hamilton, or TDR Emmanuel. What livery is he running today? Oh, and he's getting a little bit shaky through there. Raymond Takats on his way out of the pit lane. And Razvan Doprikan will start his lap. Josh Harper-Jones and Aguri Cat. Ethan Taylor, or Solar, Mr. Infinity on his debut, wearing that shell livery draped over the hypercar. And Joseph Gelder on his debut as well, just running into the gravel. I need to make sure that I've got all of these drivers' details for their race profile for after the race and during the race. We are collecting every single bit of data during this race. Peter Peterson as well, wearing that BMW hypercar livery, and then Marin Kitagawa still in the pit lane. But it will be Emmanuel Hamilton in the pits. Lucas Radzinski will get us underway as it comes down the Mulsanne straight. And we can just hear that car. Oh yeah, they've glitched out because it's not updated the car. So Tamamo Cross. Hyper chest. Oh, and he's back into the pit lane. So Tamamo Cross, Mr. Infinity, Lucas Radzinski. Then we got Razvan Doprikan in the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Rest in peace, Tamamo. What happened to Tamamo? So coming down towards turn 16 and 17 and then in towards the Porsche curve. He binned it. Oh, I didn't even see it. Because I'm looking at so much, I've got 2 screens to navigate through. So I've got, this is what I've got in front of me. I've got the race screen. I've got the keyboard on my lap. I've then got Streamlabs and the broadcast overlay control panel up. Then I've got the notepad to tell me which buttons to press to button bind all the overlays. Then I've got Twitch open in a split screen with the track map. So yeah. So Razvan Doprikan in the Aston Martin Valkyrie just after Lucas Radzinski. The laps are a little bit longer in the hypercars. Sorry, a little bit longer in the GT3s. So Lucas Radzinski will get us underway. And the driver a 3:27.7, so around 30 seconds quicker than the GT3s are the hypercars. Razvan Doprikan will be next as he heads down towards the checkered flag, the start-finish line. And Razvan Doprikan will take provisional pole by 0.2 of a second to Josh Harper-Jones. Josh Harper-Jones representing the AERT team. Oh, and he's over the curb. and around, and that is exactly what can happen in the race. So it doesn't matter what pace you have. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake. A Aguri Cap coming out of the final corner and down towards the start-finish line, wearing one of their Marin Kitagawa liveries, and he's 4 attempts off provisional pole and into P3. Oh, and he's running a little bit wide. Joseph Gelder on his debut. He will be next to the line, so let's watch and see how he gets on. So Joseph Gelder in the Cadillac. Absolutely pushing the limits coming out of the Cartinesses. To the line, and Joseph Gelder goes up to P5. That is not a lap he will be happy with, and he will definitely be going again. Tamamo Cross will be next, and he has Peter Peterson on the back of him. So Joseph Gelder, Lucas Rudzinski, and Razvan Doprakanu currently on at provisional pole, and Peter Peterson coming down that long Mulsanne straight, and that is Peter Peterson. Sorry, that sets the lap time, goes up to P5. So Mr. Infinity on his debut, coming out of the Porsche curve. Oh, sorry, no, he's coming through sector 1. A little bit of traffic behind him. Raymond Takacs. Apparently he's supposed to be very quick, so it'd be interesting to see what he can do in this 4 hour of Le Mans. Remember, trophies are issued to the champions. Hey, TDR Arts, thank you for the roses on TikTok. Thanks for the putty bear there. Thanks for the putty bear there. Thanks for the roses there. Thanks for the heart there. So we are on board with Raymond. Reminds me of a gentleman. Oh, is it a gentleman? Raymond. Oh, and he's off the track. Raymondo making a slight mistake, and that will cost him, but it still puts him P5 by 2.8 seconds. Ethan Taylor better live up to the Taylor name. He better do well, otherwise he's letting the Taylors down. So through 31, 32 and 33. And he just jumps over the apex, and Solar will go up to P5. That is a great lap from Ethan. Is it a relation? It is not a relation, fortunately. Just kidding. So the Cadillac driver up to P5. Emmanuel Hamilton, the Italian driver, through turn 16, just flat out through here, as you can see. I don't know why, I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm trying to get this to work, and I can't seem to get it to work. This should be collecting your personal best, but it's not doing at the moment, and I don't know why. I've set it all up to collect your lap times. So you've got your personal best in the top right where the timing screen is, and then in the middle of your screen you've got your personal best, but for some reason it doesn't work yet, so that is something we'll have to get going in event 2. Remember, event 2 will be the US of A, so either Daytona or Laguna, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. So through the final couple of corners for Emmanuel Hamilton. And we can see that Emmanuel Hamilton will go up to P7. Mr. Infinity he's just starting his lap as he comes through turn 9. Tamamo Cross, Noah also starting his lap coming out of the Dunlop curve. Ryan Clemenson, his car is just glitched at the moment, which is a shame. Matthew Wells and Marin Kitagawa are also the same. Cars have glitched for now, but they will sort themselves out in the race. The Aston Martin Valkyrie of Razvan Dobrikanu is half a second down. Josh Harper-Jones, a Google Cap. Then we've got Lucas Radzinski, Ethan Taylor, Raymond in the hypercar. Emmanuel Hamilton, 16 minutes of qualifying to go, and then the 4 hours of Le Mans start here for Formula 7 racing. Emmanuel Hamilton is slightly up on his lap time. So welcome in everybody. We have at the moment 39 people watching and the race hasn't even started yet. That's what we want to see. Just getting a little break. So he is slightly down on his lap time now. Peter Peterson in the pit lane. Joseph Gelder 3 seconds up as he comes into Porsche curve. So Joseph Gelder on his debut here at Formula 7 racing. I do wonder. I hope everybody is well. I hope everybody is going to enjoy the race. Yeah, as you can see, Joseph Gelder is currently in P10. But anybody can win this race. It doesn't matter where you start, where you are. It is literally down to who can finish a 4-hour race. Ryan Clemenson is currently on provisional pole by 0.8 of a second. What a lap from the British driver. The Romanian of Razvan Dobrikanu is trying to improve. Yeah, wobble it. I think different cars have different strengths, don't they? So Razvan, Josh Harper-Jones are coming down to the line to start another lap with just under 14 minutes remaining of this qualifying session. So a Guri Cat 1.5 tenths up as he comes out of the Mulsanne corner, draped in that Marin Kitagawa livery. Lucas Radzinski, who's in P5, Ethan Taylor. And then we've got Raymond, who is 1.7 up. This is massive for Raymond. So Razvan 7 tenths down on his lap time. Marin Kitagawa yet to set a lap. And then Tamamo Cross. His car has now loaded up. I think his was already loaded up. I think it was Matthew Wells who's 2 tenths up. What about Razvan? He will come to the line, and then after that, you will have Marin Kitagawa into the wall. Marin Kitagawa with a huge crash coming through the S's, and Marin Kitagawa, it is very unusual for him to be spinning into the wall. Marin Kitagawa is back into the pit lane, and not a start that he would have wanted to this qualifying session with 12 minutes remaining. Aguri Cap slightly up and into the green. So Aguri Cap staying in P4. And then we have, just trying to see that number, I can't really see it on my screen. Is it number 9? Is it Peter Peterson? No, number 3 maybe, Josh Harper-Jones. What is that number? Is it number 5? It is a number 5, but he's 2.4 seconds down. Sorry guys, bear with me. Lima. So some more of the drivers. Mr. Infinity, who's 8 tenths down. Then you've got Josh Harper-Jones, who is slightly in the green, representing that AERT. So staying on board with Josh Harper-Jones, and that was not a good couple of corners, but now on the exit, starting to improve. Even if he finds 3 tenths of a second, that will put him up to the provisional front row and up to P2. Out of the final corner, and that was incredible. And Josh Harper-Jones does go provisional P2, 6 tenths behind Ryan Clemenson. And that was a very, very good lap. Matthew Wells coming in towards turn 30. What can Matthew Wells do here today? So Matthew Wells stays in at P12. And Raymond going up to P3. So this is getting very spicy now between the drivers. It's heating up. We don't know who's going to be the driver that takes pole position. Ryan Clemenson at the moment is way ahead. But we do have some very quick drivers in the hypercars. But as I've said previously, it's not just about the pace. It really isn't. It's about consistency. It's about determination. And it's about willingness to get to the end. So Marin Kitagawa is on another lap. He is yet to set a lap time. He didn't set a lap time on Thursday either. This is Le Mans Ultimate, mate. If you wanted to join, you'd have to join the Discord, and then you've got 9 minutes to join. You need to download the Marshall boards. If any of the drivers are watching, please do remember you have to have the Marshall boards downloaded, because you need to be able to see the flag system. If there's yellow flags, if there's safety cars, you need to know, because if you do speed under the yellow flags, you will be penalised. So please make sure that you've got the flag system, the Marshall board downloaded. A Marshall board that we have created in-house. So yeah, really good stuff. So Lucas Rosinski slightly up on his lap time. This is nice from Lucas. And then we do have, is it a Aguri Cap behind him? It is, in the hypercar. Yeah, Marcel. It's going to be a good race. There's trophies up for grabs. If you know, if people just race cleanly, there's 4 hours of racing. No need to rush anything. So a few more drivers coming down towards the line as we get to the end, and that is Tamamo Cross. All of that hard work undone, and you've got to remember, laps are 3.5 minutes long, and that might have just ruined it for him. Razvan is going to get ready for another run and another shot at pole position. We do have Matthew Wells just behind, and then Marin Kitagawa, who still is yet to set a lap time. So thank you everybody for tuning in and watching. We have 43 people watching at the moment, and the race hasn't even started. That's what we want to see for this huge event, this iconic event where trophies and prizes are up for grabs. You know, to win a race and walk away with a legitimate trophy in your hand, to say this was for all of that effort and all of that hard work that I put in to be able to lift a real trophy, for me, makes everything so much better. And that's why we've always done trophies here at Formula 7 Racing, no matter what tier you're racing, F1, LMU, whatever it might be. You know, we give out, I think it's 16 trophies a season now. Massive trophies, and that is because I will never lose that feeling of a driver receiving a trophy for all the hard work. You know, we do 2 F1 seasons a game cycle, so it's a long season, so you deserve to end up with something at the end of that. It's the same for our Le Mans events. You know, you race for 4 hours non-stop, then you deserve to get something to show at the end. Aguri Cap is absolutely flying here. He's 1.3 behind pole position, but he's 1.2 up on his lap time. He's coming out of the final couple of corners. This is absolutely massive. Can he find a little bit extra? He cannot, but he goes P2 and provisional front row for Aguri Cap here in Le Mans. 4 minutes to go. Rajmond is getting ready for his final run. Lucas Rosinski just behind, following him to the line. So a couple of drivers coming to the line. Mr. Infinity on his debut with that Shell livery. So we'll bring the standings up at the top of the screen just so we can get every inch of this final bit of qualifying. So if you are looking for the standings, they are at the top. So Mr. Infinity will get underway, and then we do have Tamamo Cross that will cross the line and up to P8. Tamamo is up to P8. Matthew Wells will be next. He is improving by 1.3 seconds with just under 2 minutes of qualifying remaining here in Formula 7 racing for Le Mans Ultimate. And that is it. Starting soon is up. And he does run wide, and all of that hard work undone. He's down to P13. Then we have Aguri Cap. He will not improve on his lap time. Joseph Gelder. He's not going to reach the line. That will be it. Josh Harper-Jones as well. Razvan Doprakanu into the pit lane. Marin Kitagawa. This is their final runs. And Raymond half a second down. It does not look like pole position is on the cards for Raymondo. Lucas Rudzinski, 4 tenths up in the Cadillac Hypercar. It will load up in the race. We do have Mr. Infinity on his final run. I do like the shell livery on that BMW. I always think it looks nice. In towards turn 14 and 15. Hypercar qualifying is over. That is it. Done and dusted. There will be no more attempts. Lucas Rudzinski is 8 tenths up on his lap time. This is massive. I don't know if it will improve his position, but it will show that he's got the pace. Hypercar qualifying is over. Here we go. Lucas Rudzinski out of the final chicane, down towards the checkered flag. There will be one more driver, and that is Mr. Infinity through the trees of this French circuit, down in towards the Porsche curve. If he improves by even 4 tenths of a second, that will move him up 2 places. Aguri Cap a 10th behind Ryan Clemenson. Raymond and Josh Harper-Jones very closely matched. And we are about to get into the 4 hour of Le Mans. Mr. Infinity in that Shell Hypercar for that BMW. The number 20 driver. Going through 28 corners at the moment, into 29 and 30, and then in towards the S's, and then that short run up to the checkered flag, and he just bounces over the apex. And that was a very good exit. He's nearly a second up. This will put him into P8. Mr. Infinity on his final run has done enough. And that, I think, will be it. Matthew Wells is still improving. He will be the final driver to set a lap. Qualifying is over for the hypercars, and we are now gonna go racing. Beautiful stuff. So that is it. He will reach the line, but he will not improve his position. What an hour of qualifying. GT3s with their hour of qualifying, hypercars with their hour. Oh, Josh Harper-Jones is still on the lap. Oh. He's slightly down. Sorry, I did not realise Josh was still on a lap. My apologies. Oh my God, this is a sensational final sector. And he's only 7 tenths behind Ryan Clemenson. He's only 1 tenth behind Raymond. He's losing a little bit of time as he comes in towards turn 30. And it's he has lost it. Oh, there was a mighty couple of corners. He's round. Josh Harper-Jones spins it. He was finding that little bit extra. But unfortunately, it was not to be. We are going racing. Ryan Clemenson takes pole position in the hypercar. Aguri Cat will start on the front row of the grid with Ryan Clemenson. Arnie Brandhorst will start on provisional pole in the GT3s, and alongside him will be Oscar Ellis on the front row. Arnie Brandhorst probably too far ahead of the pack. He is on a different level to these other drivers at the moment, especially for that qualifying time.
To the grid for a race start.
Here we go. So all of the drivers are lining up for this 4 hour of Le Mans. I need to pace myself. Because I don't want to go all out in the first 5 minutes when you've got 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. But I'm absolutely buzzing for it. Marcel says, my game crashed. Oh, you are kidding. You need to get back in quickly. Salute, I don't know if you can help with that. Marcel's game has crashed. But yeah, 4 hours of racing here in Le Mans. 28 drivers on track. You know what? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Considering we only started promoting this event 2 weeks ago, to get 28 drivers on the grid with a full marshal system, with a safety car, with all the overlays for the broadcast, I think we've done a pretty decent job. The team, I'm not thinking myself, the team have done a fantastic job. Yeah, Salute, no problem. I didn't know if you could help him, like, undisqualify him or something, I don't know. Here we go. This is it. We are going to get underway for this race here in Le Mans. I think there's 2 drivers who have not managed to get on the track. Reese Dye going to start from the pit lane. So Reese Dye will start from the pit lane. That means we have 29 drivers on the track. We have that short formation lap. He's going to start from the pit lane. Yep, no problem, mate. I mean, 4 hours. It doesn't even matter if you start from the pit lane, I'm going to be honest. And the 40 people watching at home and all of the drivers on track, good luck and welcome to the next stages of Formula 7 racing. Your F1, LMU and Assetto Corsa sim racing home. Your journey starts now. You can see them weaving and waving, getting ready, warming up them tyres, eager to go. The anticipation has been building for 14 days. Now it all boils down to this. 240 minutes of racing around this iconic French circuit here in Formula 7 racing.
Green flag.
And we are green and racing here in Le Mans. Ryan Clemenson and Aguri Cap. It is Ryan Clemenson that pulls ahead straight away, and in front of Aguri Cap, who will chase him down in towards the Dunlop curve. And later on the brakes goes Josh Harper-Jones up the inside of Aguri Cap, who's holding on. Here comes Raymond Takas. He is now in front of Josh Harper-Jones, and Raymond is up to P2. Oscar Ellis, there's been a huge crash behind. Full course yellow will activate. A massive crash And that is Richard that's been taken out. Oh! Lucas Rudzinski, Matthew Wells, Peter Peterson, full course yellow is active. Matto Cubro, Nicholas Duncan and Marcel Fuchs is into the pit lane. Marcel is already out of this race. There is not a driver swap. It is a full 4 hours. So I don't know what happened there. The drivers really need to be careful. There is no need to be aggressive just yet. So full course yellow. I think the drivers just need to be careful of the drivers. And that is Arnie Brandhorst, who's down to P3. So his race start was not as he would have hoped. Restart is in the race, but he's in front of Jan Wagner in the Mercedes. Matto Gubro, and then you've got Peter Peterson. He must have been heavily involved. Nicholas Duncan and Marcel Fuchs are both out of this race at the very start of this 4 hour. Oh, Marcel is still loading. Oh, you're kidding. That's why he's in the pit lane. It's a very, very long race. I wouldn't be too disheartened just yet. So full course yellow is still out. We will be going back green shortly. We just neutralised the race for now. The hypercars need to be extra careful when overtaking the GT3s. And I think we are going to get going shortly. The mess has cleared up. The cars are sorted out. All is left now is to go green. And we are back racing. Race resume at 3:56.40. So 25 seconds. The race will go back green. Thank you, mate. So all the drivers are getting ready to go back racing again. The drivers are out on track. Brilliant stuff. That is Nicholas Duncan and Marcel. So all of the drivers are still in this race. And we have 2 seconds before we go back green. Ryan Clemenson will lead us underway in the hypercars. And that was an amazing start from Josh Harper-Jones. He got a huge run-up on Raymond Takacs. And Josh Harper-Jones is up to P3. Nothing that Raymond could do about that one. Now, Jamie Brass on Stefano, these GT3s. And that is Mr. Infinity weaving through. Richard Tychat, the championship leader in our Thursday Elms tier. And the hypercar just filtering through. Very well done. Here comes Jamie Brass on the back of Stefano Lavarone. He'll look up the inside later on. The brakes goes piling in. Oh, that was beautiful. And he goes up the inside of the port of Arnie Brandhorst. I thought it was late on the brakes. It was absolutely incredible. Jamie Brass, take a bow. Now he's on the back of Robert Rockford. He is absolutely flying in this McLaren as we go down towards the Mulsanne corner. Lucas Rudzinski is dropping down. Has he been involved in an incident? Lucas Rudzinski is round. Yellow sector 2. That is why the yellow flag is out. Peter Peterson trying to catch up. Matthew Wells right in the middle of these GT3s. The hypercar drivers. Ryan Clemenson has been overtaken by a Aguri Cap. So Aguri Cap leads. Raymond is down to P5. He will try and go around the outside of Porsche curves. Cannot get the move done at the moment. Here comes Alessandro Luca. The hypercars are moving through. That is Matthew Wells on Jamie Brass. Jamie Brass around the outside. Matthew Wells will try and filter through. Matthew Wells being extra careful, and Jamie Brass is on the inside. He does not want to go racing with that hypercar. Here comes Robert Rockford. Alessandro Luca has made the overtake. The 2 Porsche drivers. Here comes the BMW of Stefano. Yellow sector 3. And that is that Marin Kitagawa that made a mistake there. Stefano is wheel to wheel with the Porsche driver, who just cuts him up and says, not today. Oscar Ellis on Joseph Gelder. Oh, Oscar Ellis completely wipes out Joseph Gelder, who is into the wall. And on his debut, Joseph Gelder is having a torrid time on track. Here comes Reese Dye on Arnie Brandhorst. What has happened to Arnie Brandhorst? Is he going to make his way into the pit lane and try the old recovery drive? Arnie, yeah, he's got damage. Arnie has damage to that front wing, to that front bumper, sorry. And the sparks are flying, and your pole sitter, by a mile, is struggling to get to the pit lane. There we go, he's now in to get that front bumper repaired. Stefano on Robert Rockford, looking for an inside move. Raymond on Josh Harper-Jones. We've got this huge hypercar train. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. And look at this, Josh Harper-Jones and Raymond are really going at it. Richard on Stefano. Mate, you're putting a promo out to 3 people on TikTok, Ben. Give it a rest. And there goes Raymond, and there goes Razvan as well. The Aston Martin going wheel to wheel. And that is Josh Harper-Jones just squeezing him through. Razvan will try the old switcheroo. Can he get it done? He does have Raymond behind him. Yellow sector 3 once more. Into the slipstream goes Razvan Dobricanu. The Romanian driver will use that extra bit of speed as we go down towards the Mulsanne straight. Richard Tychak is losing a little bit of time. He's been overtaken by Stefano and Robert Rockford. It is fantastic racing at the start of this race, and Razvan Dobricanu is round. Was that because of that? Yeah, it was. Josh Harper-Jones is round. Josh Harper-Jones and Razvan going at it, and that is Mr. Infinity off the track. The hypercars are struggling. Richard and Robert Rockford. Stefano Lavarone. They go 2 wide. And now Richard is going to join them and say, I want a bit of the action. Let's go 3 wide as we head down towards the Mulsanne corner. Off the Mulsanne straight. Richard Tychak has got that straight line speed as we head down in towards turn 14 and 15. Stefano is back in front, but Robert Rockford leads this train. Wheel to wheel go Richard and Stefano. And it is Stefano that has the outside, but Richard is through. And the Slovakian steamrolls the Italian. Pit lane closed. Green flag, and we are back racing. Aguri Cat 1.5 seconds behind Brian Clemenson. Wow, what a start to this race. Richard now back going at it with Stefano. This is what the fans want to see. This is what we were waiting for. Stefano, Richard, Reese Dye just behind. But we want this battle between Robert Rockford, Stefano and Richard. Emmanuel, what happened to you? So Emmanuel is out. Joseph Gelder is out. Peter Peterson is into the pit lane. Lucas Ruzinski is in the pit lane. Lucas Ruzinski on his way back out. There's no point giving up. There's such a long race. Arnie Brandhorst is the same. Matthew Wells is the same. There's no point giving up. We've got such a long race. You don't know who's going to finish. It's 4 hours of racing. So Razvan chasing down Ethan Taylor. You can see Alessandro Luca. Look at this on Jamie Brass. He got a brilliant exit, but he just eases off the throttle. Maybe not wanting to go for the overtake there. It's clever racing. It really is. Now Richard with the two drivers in front. And look at this, Ethan Taylor being overtaken by Razvan Doppelkanu as we come down the Mulsanne straight and in towards the Mulsanne corner. A couple of drivers have gone off the track here already and they are holding on. And that is sensational driving from the pair of them. Richard, yellow sector free. And that was a brief yellow. And now here we go. And he is going to try and go for the overtake. Wheel to wheel go Stefano and Richard. These will really be enjoying this. This is what you want to see. I seen a video of Richard putting in his new wheel yesterday. It was such a good video. It's that feeling of click straight in. Jamie Brass and Alessandro Luca. This is what Alessandro was waiting for. And it is coming at a time of need. The Porsche and the McLaren head to head in towards turn 12 and 13. Jamie Brass will just stay ahead and fend off the attack from the Porsche driver. Matthew Wells in the hypercar moving back through the grid. Remember, I think people are forgetting this race is so long. Ligler Barnabas is in the pit lane and out. So is Joseph Gelder and Emmanuel Hamilton, Marcel Fuchs. But we still have 24 drivers on track. Alessandro Luca will go at the inside of Jamie Brass into the Mulsanne corner. Jamie Brass leaving the space. Oh, there's a slight nudge. And that's how bad it can get. Try says he was slimed. What do you mean? Who's Pride? Marcel? So Ryan Clemenson is leading by 2.5 seconds. Alessandro Luca and Jamie Brass are going at it once more. These two showing how you race. Jamie Brass maybe a little bit wide there. Kicking up the dust is the Porsche. And Jamie is back in front of Alessandro Luca. It is on the edge racing, but it is beautiful to watch. Oh, Josh Harper-Jones. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I didn't catch it. Into the slipstream as we head in towards turn 22. Is Alessandro Luca going to go for that overtake up the inside? He absolutely is. Jamie Brass holding on. So, what lap times has he been doing? I think. How do I change that? I can change that, but I don't know how to. Oh, and that is Mr. Infinity that is into the pit lane. And that's the problem. You've got drivers that are pitting early, maybe because of damage. But people have got to remember it's such a long race. Anything can happen. Alessandro Luca and Jamie Brass have really been going toe-to-toe these last couple of laps. What about Raymond on Aguri cap? Here comes Raymond up the inside of Aguri. And the chase is on now to Ryan Clemenson. That is fantastic racing between the pair of them as they come out of the Porsche curve, out of turn 20. And Raymond, 3.5 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. And now here comes Alessandro Luca on Jamie Brass. Swings it left then right. down the Mulsanne straight as we head in towards turn 11. Jamie Brass does like to go later on the brakes, and he does go very late and off the track. And Alessandro Luca is gifted the position by the Scotsman. Sorry guys, there we go. So yellow sector 3, I don't know why. Raymond 4 seconds behind. Richard still in P6 in the GT3s. I think the drivers have got to remember as well, there can be a safety car. If there's a safety car, you're back in this race. And I think that's why Matthew Wells is continuing, Marin's continuing, Peter Peterson as well, Lucas Jasinski, is Mr. Infinity? No, he is out. You know, out of all the drivers, 3 of them that have retired are debutants, and that is the problem. Unfortunately, because people are not really bothered to continue when it's their first and only race, which is a shame. Richard 2/10 behind Robert Rockford. Jamie Brass now 1.6 behind Alessandro Luca. Yellow sector 3. I don't know what's happened. Marin Kitagawa on Theo Townland. And then Arnie Brandhorst on Matto Gubro. He gets a better exit out of the Porsche curve. Peter Peterson back into the pit lane. And Arnie is going to make the overtake on Matto Gubro. Arnie, remember, with that damage, but you've got so long to get it back. You've got 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing to try and make up that pit stop. It's so long. I think people are just underestimating how long this race is and how many opportunities you will get. And that is Tamamo Cross and Ethan Taylor going at it. They were just swapping places, not sure why. A lot of the hypercar drivers are out of this race. So we are green once again. So Alan Borowski is leading to Oscar Ellis for P1, but not for long. Here comes the Lexus driver on the BMW in towards turn 11. Oscar Ellis backs out. And he will try and get the better exit. The Lexus GT3 on the back of the BMW. Oscar Ellis is going to try his luck down the Mulsanne straight. He'll go into the slipstream of the Polish driver, and Oscar Ellis surely will take P1 away. The BMW trying to squeeze him as much as possible. And Oscar Ellis with his nose ahead. Oh, and up the inside, and that is really good racing from the pair of them as the Lexus driver goes out wide and now might open up the door for Alan Borowski to come back and attack. Alan Borowski, who's been your race leader for a majority of the opening 20 minutes, is going to try and come back as the time is dwindling away in towards the Mulsanne corner. Alan Borowski in the BMW will take the inside of the Lexus, wheel to wheel once again. Oscar versus Alan. through the Muldan chicane. Out of turn 15. Still nothing to separate these two phenomenal drivers that are competing for the race lead here in Le Mans for Formula 7 racing. Edging each other out as we head down in towards turn 17 and 18. They're just clapping fists. And it is Alan Borowski in the BMW that will come back ahead in Oscar Ellis with a late lunge up the inside. Alan Borowski didn't know what hit him. He didn't know it was coming. And that was a great move. Now through the Porsche chicane. And back in front goes Alan. This is incredible stuff. Brilliant, brilliant racing. So we have a few drivers now out. Lucas Rosinski is still 23 drivers on the grid. Matthew Wells on his return to racing. And there goes a Guri cap on Raymond. And look who's caught up to him. Raz van Dopperakanu from out of nowhere has caught up. And here comes Razvan on a Guri cap. He might even try and go for the double overtake. And Oscar Ellis in that Lexus. We can see the front two. Alessandro is now into the podium places in P3. There's a long way to go. We are 25 minutes into this 4-hour race. Here comes Alan Borowski and Alan Borowski and Oscar Ellis going at it for round 2 in towards turn 11. And that is Alan Borowski trying to squeeze Oscar Ellis. I hope this doesn't end in tears. Yeah, Carrot, I don't know what happened, mate. Here comes Oscar Ellis. In towards turn 13. We'll go trackside. As Alan Borowski is off the track, hitting the bollards. Remember, what people have got to remember is that these wins are subject to change depending on penalties. Yellow sector 3, that is the number 10 driver of Lucas Rosinski that is around. There has been no safety car, only one full course yellow. I need to remember the safety cars and the full course yellow so I can add it to the stats at the end. And here comes Theo Townland on Arnie Brandhorst. And the Porsche driver will move ahead of the Mercedes. Yellow sector 3. Is that Lucas Rosinski again? It's not. Will Theo Townland be able to respond? Aguri Cap. Raymond 5 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. round and 8/10 behind Arnie Brandhorst, Alan Borowski and Oscar Ellis. Yeah, Cara, I really don't know what happened, mate. It's a real shame that, because I know how much you wanted to race. A majority of the drivers have reached 50% virtual energy. What does that mean, Salute? Sorry to be an idiot, but I don't race Le Mans. I literally buy it to do commentary, so I don't know what that means. Oscar Ellis on Alan Borowski. He will look for a move up the inside of turn 31. Backs out, and the Polishman stays ahead. If Alan Borowski does win, a trophy will be sent to Poland. If Oscar Ellis wins, it will stay in the UK. Virtual energy, that means they have 5 to 6 left. So what does that mean? Do they have to pit for more fuel? So tomorrow's Le Mans is... Salute, how long is tomorrow? 100 minutes, I think it is. That's just our weekly races. So they range between 60 and 100 minutes. The first 2 races were 70 minutes, the third race was 60, and tomorrow is 100 minutes. So I'm trying to save my voice. 4 hours to go, 30 minutes down. That 30 minutes has gone really quick. Arnie Brandhorst is chasing down Nicholas Duncan, and through goes the hypercar. As Salute said, it's usually around 10 laps before the hypercars catch up to the GT3s, which is good because of the length of the track. The hypercars are usually roughly around 30 seconds quicker than the GT3s per lap. And look at this, down the straight we go. Oscar is going to try and return back into the lead. And Alan Borowski trying to defend, and Oscar Ellis had to back out because of that hypercar. Oh, Alan Borowski! Alan Borowski is around and into the gravel, and Oscar Ellis. Alan Borowski will stay in P2, but I don't think Alan is going to be happy with that one from Oscar Ellis. So I'm sure the stewards will be involved with that one. Arnie Brandhorst with that recovery drive on the back of the Lexus of Nicholas Duncan, who goes wide. Arnie will switch it back to the inside. The pressure is showing now, and the relentlessness of Arnie Brandhorst, and he is through and up to P9. Razvan in the Aston Martin on the back of Raymond in the Ferrari. So Alan Borowski now 5 seconds behind Oscar Ellis prior to the steward's intervention. So hypercars will complete roughly 67 laps, and the GT3s have around 57. So we do have a break in our F1 calendars today, and that is why we are racing this 4 hour of Le Mans. Yeah, Raymond has caught a lot. 2.5 seconds. So you can see the last lap, Razvan a 3:28.1, whereas in Ryan was a 3:28.7. So on that last lap, he caught up by 6 tenths. And Ryan did mention how quick Raymond was. He is lighting up the circuit with purple sectors now. Alan's still 6 seconds behind. Marin Kitagawa on Richard. And looking for a way through. Richard leaving the space. Marin Kitagawa having to be patient. Marin will continue and go right to the very end. And that is what could be the difference to winning and losing a race like this. Raymond losing a little bit of time to Ryan Clemenson, who might be just improving that lap time slightly, might be notching it up a gear. Oh, sorry, Raymond was a 3:27.7, so he was a second quicker than Ryan Clemenson on the last lap. And Razvan a 3:28.1 with Ryan a 3:28.7. So both the drivers behind caught up to Ryan on that last lap. Oh, and he's off the track. Raymond is off the track, and Razvan says, "Thank you very much, I'll take that." And Razvan is up to P2. Richard on Jamie Brass. He was 6 tenths quicker than Robert Rockford on the last lap, and nearly a second quicker than Jamie Brass. And it is really showing now for the Slovakian driver, who is piling on the pressure to the back of the Scotsman. Still carrying on. Mato Gubro into the pit lane now to serve his pit stop and get some more fuel on board. I cannot wait till we introduce tiered racing into LMU. Up the inside goes Richard Taichiat, and that is a move for the Slovakian, but Jamie Brass is relentless with it. He's not going to let it go just yet. And you can see the head-to-head between the pair of them. Lexus versus McLaren. As we go through turn 17, it is the McLaren that just edges his nose ahead for now. And through goes Jamie Brass. So that has been noted by the stewards. The incident between Oscar Ellis and Alan Borowski has been noted by the stewards. Here comes the hypercar. And he will go around the outside of these two. And this is a long straight, and this might be where Richard receives the position back. Yellow sector 2. And Jamie Brass doing a great job. The funny thing is, these two are going at it. These two are going to have to be going at it on Thursday when the championship is up for grabs. So, race control, Oscar Ellis, under investigation. So he is under investigation, Oscar Ellis. This could result in a penalty for this driver. Tamamo Cross is through on Josh Harper-Jones. The AERT driver is into the pit lane. There is still a very, very long race ahead of these guys. And still a trophy up for grabs at the end of it. And Richard is into the pit lane. He's going to go for the undercut on Jamie Brass. Raymond has now lost a little bit of time. Let's get the head-to-heads and find out their last laps. So Ryan Clemenson was still a second slower on the last lap. Maybe a mistake. Theo Townland 1.7 behind Nicholas Duncan. So, Oscar Ellis under investigation. I do wonder if that'll come when he goes into the pit lane. He is 5.7 clear of Alan Borowski. I can see the stewards potentially giving him a 10-second hit for that collision with Alan Borowski. But who knows? Who knows? So we are racing. I hope you're all enjoying the race so far as much as I am. It's been a great start to this event here in Le Mans. So the drivers just sort of simmering down a little bit out of the Porsche chicane for Razvan, who's 1.5 behind a Guri Cap. Race control after review. Oscar Ellis pushes Alan Borowski off track. Decision, 10-second time penalty. 10-second time penalty for Oscar Ellis. That is massive. So Alan Borowski will now come out 4 seconds in front of Oscar Ellis after he pits. So a 10-second time penalty for Oscar Ellis from the race control for the incident with Alan Borowski. It was under investigation. We knew it was coming. We just didn't know how much, and it is a 10-second time penalty for Oscar Ellis for causing a collision and pushing Alan Borowski off the track. Probably the right result there. Here comes Razvan Dobrikanu on a Guri Cap, wheel to wheel, got the two hypercar drivers. So, a Guri Cap, hopefully the stream is back up. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Sometimes it does that. I don't know why, but it does. 40 minutes down in this race. I don't know if it's because I'm using all the overlays and all that sort of stuff, but yeah, sometimes it just goes off. I'm running so many things at the moment. Here comes Alessandro. Alan Borowski still 6 seconds behind Oscar Ellis. Alessandro made a mistake there. He's now 2 seconds behind. And that is Rhys Dye that is into the pit lane. So Rhys Dye into the pits. Nicholas Duncan also into the pit lane. Still a lot of drivers in this race, which is great to see. Mato Gubro, Rhys Dye. 24 drivers after 40 minutes of racing is really good. Remember, Oscar Ellis does have a 10-second time penalty to serve. The leader is running out of virtual energy, so pit stop is imminent for the top 3. So the top 3's pit stops are imminent. Lucas Rosinski is still cracking on. Remember, Oscar Ellis was handed a 10-second time penalty by race control, which he will serve in the pit lane when he comes in. Potentially at the end of this lap, yellow sector 3. We are still yet to see a safety car, which is good. But if we do see a safety car, it will regroup up all the drivers. There we go into the pit lane. The safety car, if the safety car does come out, it will be for a long time because of how big the track is. So into the pit lane goes Oscar Ellis to serve his 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. So will Alan Borowski also come in? He does. Rhys Dye is out of this race. So Rhys Dye in the Mercedes is out. And Oscar Ellis, that is Alessandro Luca, that is into the pit lane as well. So the top 3 into the pits. Robert Rockford is now your race leader. Lucas Rosinski will overtake all of the GT3s. So I'm going to have a look to see if Oscar Ellis comes out behind Alan Borowski. You can see they're not too far apart in the pit lane. And there we go. Alan Borowski is on his way back out. So is Oscar Ellis. But it means that Alan Borowski will retake the provisional lead just in front of Oscar Ellis. So that 10-second time penalty did not do that much damage. But it does mean that he is now behind, and Robert Rockford is your race leader. Arnie Brandhorst is up to P2. So, and that is off the track for Alan Borowski. This is massive for Arnie Brandhorst, who got damage on the opening lap and had to do a full lap with a damaged front bumper. To get back into the position that he's in is really good going. So I think the Marshall control room are also looking at another incident. I might be wrong though. Fascinating stuff, it really is. And that is Ethan Taylor into the pit lane, and that is Raymond as well. Ryan Clemenson is into the pit lane. That means a Guri Cap will be your race leader. He's getting them lead laps on the board. Oh, Nicholas Duncan's PC crashed. 4 hours is a long time. You'll probably see a few crashes. Plus, I think there's bugs at the moment with the game. Yeah, Emmanuel, you were really lucky. I think you maybe retired a little bit too early. Maybe try and carry on, just see where you can get to. But I understand it. I understand it. Raymond comes out behind Tamamo Cross, who's up to P3. You can see the safety car driver is yet to leave the pit lane. Yellow flag, yellow sector 3 and yellow sector 1. Jan Wagner. Jan has been a massive part of Formula 7 racing for a very long time. It is great to see him on track and enjoying himself. Richard is around 2 seconds behind Alessandro Luca. Right, I didn't see that, Emmanuel. I didn't see that. Here comes Raymond on Tamamo Cross into the slipstream of the hypercar driver. So, the genesis of Tamamo Cross with the Ferrari on his tail. Tamamo doing a good job. Robert Rockford is your race leader, and now he's into the pit lane. And here comes Raymond on Tamamo through the Mulsanne corner. And look how much Raymond is piling on the pressure, and he is through. And he's through on Tamamo Cross, and now it is Ryan Clemenson that is in front. Yellow flag again. Six tenths is the gap. What about Richard on Alessandro Luca? Yellow flag set to 1. So it looks like there might be a collision somewhere on track. It is still yellow. And that is Jan Wagner just moving out of the way of these two speedy drivers. Tamamo crosses into the pit lane. Richard 4 tenths behind Alessandro. And look at this. Huge. A full course yellow. Something's happened which is going to cause a full course yellow. And Richard trying to go for the move before the full course yellow's active, but he doesn't get it done. Great from the drivers to neutralise the race. So that is your second full course yellow of the race. Ryan Clemenson is your race leader to Raymond to a Guri cap. Arnie Brandor's your race leader. And I tell you what, if Arnie could have got into the pit lane under the full course yellow, that would have been a great thing to happen. What about the hypercar of Lucas Rudzinski? So I'm not sure why the full course yellow is out, but it must have been a collision on track that the marshals have seen. And that means the race is neutralised. You can see Richard raring to go on the back of that Porsche of Alessandro. Alessandro. So 50 minutes down of racing, 3 hours and 10 minutes to go. So we don't have a restart time just yet for this full course yellow. Robert Rockford did get into the pit lane. That is massive. Robert Rockford has managed to pit under the full course yellow. Oh no, I don't think it was Robert Rockford. Yeah, I think it was, but no, he's on an out lap, you see. I don't think anybody's into the pit lane at the moment. So we are racing once again. And here we go. Robert Rockford and Raymond 9/10 behind Ryan Clemenson. Now we've got to look for Richard, who's 1.4 behind Alessandro. He was right on his tail. But that time has dwindled away here after the second full course yellow. Richard still looking very strong in that Lexus. Still a very long race to go. 23 drivers still remaining. 23 drivers remaining after 1 hour of racing is very good going, by the way. So well done, everybody. Very proud of that. Very proud of that. So we can have a look at the virtual energy of the drivers. Matthew Wells 6%, Arnie Brandhorst 2%. Arnie's going to have to get to the pit lane pretty quickly here. And he is, he's into the pit lane with 2% virtual energy remaining. Josh Harper-Jones on a different strategy to these drivers. Richard 9/10 behind Alessandro Luca. Richard, and that is a hypercar, a couple of hypercars coming through, and that is Ryan Clemenson and Raymond, the two leaders of the hypercars. So 4/10 is the gap. Oh. So here we go. This is the battle we've been waiting for, and that is Richard that is through. And Richard going past Theo Tarland. Safety car. Safety car on lap. Safety car is out. There's a driver. I think that is Nicholas Duncan. Oh no, sorry, I think he's pressed the wrong thing. Oh, that was naughty. So, the drivers continue to race. So, Salute pressed it by accident. So there is not a safety car. That might have confused a few of the drivers because Raymond has lost around a second behind Ryan Clemenson. Richard, the gap is 7/10 behind Alessandro Luca. So Raymond just almost killed Ryan apparently. Right, Wobbly giving us an update. Raymond lost that time through a lockup. So we started at 11 o'clock. It is now 1:15. And we are 1 hour down of this 4-hour race. And that is Oscar Ellis on Lucas Rajinski. Raymond around a second behind. And here we go. Richard 4 tenths behind Alessandro. Porsche versus Lexus. So the night is going to begin to fall soon. Remember, 4 hours of racing, 24 in-game hours. Richard getting very close to the back of Alessandro, and he's flashing him to say, I am here. I am ready to go. Richard absolutely flying. We have a hypercar in the distance. Razvan on a Guri cap. The Aston Martin on the BMW. The headlights are now on as the night is setting here in Le Mans. There's a hypercar driver trying to go through on Richard. And the number 7 driver is going to have the pressure of the hypercar around the outside. Nicely done. Here comes Richard. Will he follow him through? Oh, Richard, wow. Raymond, look how close he is to Ryan Clemenson in front. This is fantastic. 1 hour of racing and we still have drivers that are separated by just a couple of tenths. This is where the drivers will struggle. The heat will come out of them tyres and the change in weather. In fact, let's have a look at what the weather is saying. You can see the track temperature. Let me have a look at this. Headlights are becoming mandatory in 3 minutes. So this should be showing other stuff as well. Richard closing up. It should be showing more. It should be showing more stuff below it. I don't know why it's not. So Richard, and you've got Raymond 6 tenths behind. Richard 8 tenths behind. Alan Borowski. Alan Borowski's out. Alan Borowski is out of this race. That is massive. Alan was competing after Oscar Ellis took him out, but Alan Borowski was right in this race. Now here comes Richard on the back of Stefano. Alessandro's overtaken Stefano, and now Richard will move on through under the night sky here in Le Mans. And Richard goes up the inside of Stefano Lavrone. And the Slovakian has overtaken the Italian. Now the Aston Martin hypercar on the back of a Guri cap. why it's not showing all the components for the weather, but I'll try and sort that out. Richard 8 tenths behind. Robert Rockford is only 1.2 behind Jamie Brass. This is where we got that viral moment where the driver started to push a fellow driver all the way to the line. And Raymond has made a mistake. He's 2.5 behind Ryan Clemenson. Razvan still chasing down a Gooey Cap. Real shame that Alan Borowski is out. I think Alan Borowski is in the chat saying, can he believe it? And look at this. Richard flashing Alessandro, saying, I am here. I am coming. Headlights are now mandatory. So through goes the hypercar. We still don't know who's going to win this race. An hour and 5 minutes down. Razvan Dobrikanu still putting on the pressure. Here comes Richard. And he's coming through the Dunlop curve. He's going to have that Mulsanne straight to contend with shortly. And Richard for the Titan Core Racing Team. He's all over the back of Alessandro. And whilst that's going on, you've got Razvan chasing down a Guri, and here comes Richard. He runs wide. Richard off the track, and then he gets the run on the Porsche driver. Here comes the Lexus. Now we have the Mulsanne straight and the Slovakian of Richard Tajciak. The Porsche driver is flashing. He knows what's coming. Alessandro will finally lose the position. The pressure was on. And Richard is through and up to P4. That is what he was waiting for. What about Razvan Dobrikanu? He's coming down in towards the Porsche curve. He will take the outside line, and under the night sky, the Aston Martin Valkyrie is up into the podium places in P3. After 1 hour and 5 minutes of racing, that is the action we are getting. Wow, that was brilliant. So Nicholas Duncan in the Lexus still going strong. Alan Borowski, he cannot believe it. I don't know what's happened. Mato Guggo still going. What a stat to have on your race profile though, to compete in a 4 hour of Le Mans and get to the end of it. Even that in itself is an achievement. It really is. Tamamo Cross on the back of Ethan Taylor. 5 tenths is the gap. Raymond 1.2, yellow flag waving. I don't know where and I don't know why. There we go. Alessandro is staying with Richard. He was very difficult to overtake. And here comes Razvan on Raymond. Razvan in the Aston Martin. Something's happened with Raymond. Raymond is tumbling down. He's pulling over. That might be it for Raymond. Full course yellow. Raymond has pulled over to the side. He is in the pit lane. And that is it. Raymond's hopes of winning this Grand Prix are over. What a shame. We were just coming up, and Tamamo Cross has also crashed. Full course yellow is out. We don't know what happened. The marshals are looking into it. That is a real shame. And even less drivers to contend with for Ryan Clemenson in the hypercar. What an aerial shot that is. Full course yellow is active. I'm wondering, race restart at 2:52.20, which is in a couple of seconds. We are going to go back racing. And we are off. Green flag once again. Oh, Alan is not DNF'd. Alan is not DNF'd. He is reconnecting apparently. So Aguri Cat 1.1 behind. Robert Rockford is not too far behind Jamie Brass, who's in P2. Oscar Ellis 30 seconds in the lead, but who knows what's going to happen in the remaining 2 hours and 50 minutes. You do not know. Anything can still happen in this race. So when drivers disconnect, they get teleported to the pit lane. They are still able to reconnect. Alan Borowski's power went out. So that is what happened. Marin Kitagawa 5 seconds behind Lucas Rzyński. Alessandro 2.5 behind Richard. Still 21 drivers remain in this race. I do wonder why Raymond retired. Or has he just disconnected? Who knows? So we are still racing in the night sky here in France. Yellow flag is out again. Razvan 7 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. Yellow sector free. And that is a driver. And I don't know who that is. It might be Marin Kitagawa. It's not. I don't know who that is, but they're still on the track. Tamamo Cross. Tamamo Cross has got no wheel. He's off the track and into the gravel. Full course yellow, no safety car. And that is the 4th full course yellow of this race. Tamamo Cross causing a full course yellow with no wheel. What has happened to Tamamo? Robert Rockford now only 2 tenths behind Jamie Brass. It's very unlucky for the driver. So full course yellow is out. Just so you know, I am missing City versus Arsenal in the Community Shield for this. Well, I'll miss the first hour. Marin Kitagawa, full course yellow is out. Lavarone with a full course yellow infringement noted by Race Control. So Race Control have noted a full course yellow infringement from Stefano. Richard has taken this opportunity to go into the pit lane under the full course yellow. This is a great opportunity for Richard, and this opportunity might even be the decision that puts him back into the lead of the race when all is said and done. Alessandro has done the exact same and gone into the pit lane. Robert Rockford is still on the back of Jamie Brass, and this full course yellow is great news for Richard. Razvan 13 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. Green flag, and we are racing once again. Stefano, Richard is on his way back out of the pit lane. That is massive, and Alessandro is still in there. Alessandro is on his way back out. He's still in a really strong position. What about Arnie Brandhorst? He's coming around the pit lane. Alessandro is on his way out, and Arnie might be able to undercut Alessandro here, who's still on his way out of the pit lane. And Arnie will move on through, and Alessandro is down to P7. Robert Rockford, 7 tenths is the gap to Jamie Brass. You can see Robert Rockford was 3 tenths quicker than Jamie Brass on that last lap. And that is why he's been able to close the distance. What about Stefano? 4 tenths on the back of Richard. So down the Mulsanne straight we go. Stefano with the headlights beaming down on the back of that Lexus in front. The same with Robert Rockford. Stefano Lavarone under investigation from the marshal room for a full course yellow infringement. So Stefano under investigation. Here comes Theo Townland on Alessandro Luca. Yellow flag once again. Here comes Theo Townland on Alessandro Luca. Into the slipstream he goes. Mercedes on the back of the Porsche driver. He'll move to the left hand side, and it looks like the man from Sweden will not get the overtake. Alessandro pulling off the defensive move to stop any attack from Theo. Yellow, sector 3. Just a bit of appreciation for the drivers at the back. Jan Wagner, who is still going along in P9, and Mato Gubro, who is still going along in P10. Big shout out to them two. Also Nicholas Duncan. Yeah, Nicholas Duncan's still going as well. Fair play to them three. You just never know. You just never know. Razvan only 7 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson now. And here comes Theo Tarnland, second time lucky. And Theo Tarnland is going to make the move. Wheel to wheel they go. Porsche versus Mercedes. We are back racing as we go down in towards the S's. Theo Tarnland is ahead. Can Alessandro respond? He cannot. The Swedish driver is up to P7. What a move. Oscar Ellis is into the pit lane. That means that Jamie Brass is your race leader once more. Jamie Brass, your race leader. So Theo is through. And look at this now for Jamie Brass and Robert Rockford. And Robert Rockford is going to take the lead away from the Scotsman. Down in towards turn 11, the McLaren gets all squirrely. But back in front goes Jamie Brass. They are squabbling for the lead of this Grand Prix after 1 hour and 20 minutes of racing. So we carry on back down the second half of the Mulsanne Straight as we head towards turn 12. I don't think he's close enough, the Porsche driver, to make the lunge up the inside just yet. Hugging the apex. Out of turn 12 and up towards 13. The final part of the Mulsanne Straight, but I just don't think Robert Rockford is close enough at the moment. A great little battle between the pair of them. I'm pretty sure that I heard that Jamie Brass doesn't even use setups either. So, out of the Mulsanne corner, Robert Rockford now all over the rear wing of Jamie Brass in front. Here comes the Porsche on the McLaren as we head down in towards turn 17. He's coming with full force. Jamie Brass defends. Positioning the car into the chicane, down through turn 18 and 19. Out of the chicane of 19, down in towards the Porsche curve. This is getting spicy. They are really going at it now. Here comes Robert Rockford once more. Jamie Brass will see him in the rear wing. It's quite a decent straight to get the move done. Robert Rockford will look up the inside as we head in towards the S's at turn 23. He'll switch to the other side, but he can't get the move done again. Jamie Brass is holding on really well here. Oscar Ellis has got a big job ahead of him. He has pitted, so he is your provisional leader. What about Tamamo Cross on Marin Kitagawa? He's flashing him, trying to put him off a little bit. The hypercars are just so much quicker. You can see, you know the way they take the corners? With the GT3s, it's very much steady and organised, whereas in the hypercars it just feels so quick constantly, and you're just trying to pull the car back into every corner. It's such a difference, it really is. So Robert Rockford has lost a little bit of time now to Jamie Brass, 7/10 to be exact. They're very similar liveries on these guys. Oh, and that is Marin Kitagawa and Tamamo Cross. Did they collide? Marin Kitagawa is off the track. Wow, Tamamo Cross did get the overtake and he's just gone past Mato Gubro. And Marin Kitagawa involved in an incident there with Tamamo Cross. So look at this, Robert Rockford. Once again, is very close to Jamie Brass. So Joseph Gelder has left the server. That's a real shame, but it is what it is. I know that some drivers would have just joined for this one event, but they're really missing out. They really are, and I don't just say that because it's F7, but if they think, oh, they're going to get out of this is one event race, it's a real shame because they are missing out massively. We do LMU on Mondays and Thursdays every single week, and they also will receive trophies, so it's a real shame. I can't believe how good this battle is between Jamie Brass and Robert Rockford. Razvan only 5 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. But yeah, this is a great battle between two fierce rivals. One hour 30 minutes of racing nearly done. And look at this. And that is it. Jamie Brass is into the pit lane. He is in, and Robert Rockford is let off the leash. And the Irishman is away. And the hypercar driver making the overtake. Now look at Razvan's times compared to Ryan Clemenson. I don't know why them ones aren't working. Let's have a look at the fastest lap time so far. So it is Ryan to Razvan. And that is Marin Kitagawa. Yellow sector 1. Look at that, Arnie Brandhorst. He's a mile quicker than everybody else. Then you've got Oscar Ellis. And then you've got Alessandro Luca, who's got the 3rd fastest lap on track. But Arnie Brandhorst, who is carrying on, is so far ahead. And look at this, Alessandro on Theo Townland, the Porsche versus Mercedes, and here comes the hypercar of Marin Kitagawa, who will move through. Theo Townland slots in behind Alessandro. There's a hypercar going slowly there. That is Tamamo Cross, and now Theo Townland will try to respond and pick the position back as we go in towards turn 11. Wheel to wheel go the 2 drivers. Alessandro stays ahead. Oh, Theo Townland, he is not giving up just yet. Back into the slipstream goes the Swedishman. Moves to the right hand side, and the second part of the Mulsanne straight might be favourable to the Mercedes, as he is now ahead of Alessandro Luca. What racing we are watching. Yellow sector 2. And now Alessandro will try to do exactly what Theo Townland did. He is running out of racing room, maybe. He is going to miss the opportunity for an overtake, Theo Townland. And this means the Porsche is going to get the better exit. Alessandro with a spectacular move. Jamie Brass is chasing them down. Theo Townland loses out to Alessandro. They are separated by 8/1000ths of a second. Tamamo Cross is in the distance, in the background, closing up. Wow, this is a battle for the ages. Alessandro's into the gravel, but he holds on. Theo Townland lets him go deep, switches it up the inside. Theo Townland, what a move that was. Incredible. Alessandro flashing with respect to say, I am enjoying this one. Back up the inside. Yellow flag, sector 3. Theo Townland and Alessandro putting on a show for the fans here. I think Tamamo Cross has made a mistake. Stefano not too far behind Oscar Ellis. Pit lane is closed. So Stefano on the back of Oscar Ellis. This is not a bad position for Stefano to be in, you know. Oscar Ellis must have made a mistake somewhere for him to be in the position he's in now. And look at this, through the Dunlop chicane. Alessandro and Theo are still going at it. This is what we want to see, and they are absolutely giving it to us. Right, I'm just going to have to run toilet, guys. Bear with me. Right, I'm back. So, Robert Rockford, Richard Tychak is now your race leader. After 1 hour and 35 minutes of racing, the Lexus driver is into the lead. He's done a great job to get there. A great recovery drive. Razvan Doprakanu is your race leader. Ryan Clemenson has pitted. Robert Rockford 6 tenths behind. The gaps in the hypercars are quite spread out, but not Robert Rockford and Richard Tychak. The Slovakian versus the Irishman. And my goodness me, we've had consistently over 30 people watching this race for the first 1 hour and 35 minutes. That is incredible. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with me. I hope you're enjoying this 4 hour of Le Mans. Robert Rockford 9 tenths behind Richard. But the question is, where is Oscar Ellis in all of this? Remember, he was your race leader until he pitted. I hope you're enjoying all the overlays as well. We've got some really good overlays we can use now. We've got more coming as well. We've got more overlays coming. It's just putting them into the race and figuring them out. So into the pit lane goes Razvan Doprakanu. The Romanian driver is in. That means Ryan Clemenson will retake P2 when all is said and done. Richard is absolutely flying now. So Arnie Brandhorst in P3, only 30 seconds behind Robert Rockford. But after that huge collision at the start of this race, he's done incredibly well to get back to P3, and you've still got 2 hours and 22 minutes to go. So who knows what can happen in that time for Arnie Brandhorst, who is quite literally a mile ahead of everybody else in terms of pace-wise. As you can see there in the graphic in the top left, the fastest laps, he is at least a second quicker than any other driver on track. Why is Ryan a minute off the lead? I'm guessing because Aguri Cap hasn't pitted yet. I think so anyway, Diamond. Remember, this is my chance to tell you about Formula 7 racing. If you want to come and be a part of Formula 7 racing, just come and join. We race every single Sunday for Formula 1. We race at 10 AM, 12:30 PM, 3 PM and 7 PM. That's tier 3, tier 2, tier 4 and tier 1. You will be putting them tiers dependent on your pace. Then we have Le Mans Ultimate Multi-Class Hypercar and GT3 on Mondays at 7 PM. Then on a Wednesday we have Realistic Formula 1, Team Principles, Driver Salaries, Team Budgets, Engine Wear, everything. That is at 7 PM on a Wednesday, and F2 will just be before it at 6 PM. Then we have Le Mans Ultimate Thursday, that's Multi-Class Elms and GT3, and then fortnightly on a Friday we have Assetto Corsa at 7 PM as well. If you want to come and be a part of it, just join the Discord, get on the grid. If it's F1, submit your pace, let us know how quick you are, and you'll go into the correct tier. But yeah, it's been a big year for Formula 7 racing the last 12 months. The effort, the time, the money that we've invested into making an amazing sim racing league for you guys. I hope you guys are reaping the rewards of that and having amazing racing because of that. So yeah, it's been great for us. Exactly, Mirko, exactly. I don't know why the weather isn't working. So this weather, it should show more things at the bottom here. So Ryan Clemenson, Razvan is only 2 seconds behind Ryan. Which is not what I thought it would be at this stage in the race. So Arnie Brandhorst now into P2. Oscar Ellis chasing down Jan Wagner. Oscar was like 10 seconds in the lead of the GT3 race. I don't know how he's ended up into P8. I really don't. Robert Rockford is on and out that, and he's come out in front of Oscar Ellis. So it just doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So, it's been a great race so far. I hope you've enjoyed it. All the drivers are quite closely matched at the moment. Razvan still chasing down Ryan Clemenson. And he's not too far off, 2.7 seconds. But the gaps... My question is, what has happened to Oscar Ellis? That's the big question here. So we are 18 minutes into the halfway point in this race. I'm not going to lie, it's a long one. It really is a long one. And it's a long one for the drivers as well. So I can't sit here and complain. Yes, commentary is brutal when you're on your own, and especially for 5 hours because of qualifying as well. But it'll be worth it in the end to say we've done it. To say we've done a 4 hour of Le Mans race. And for you guys as well. For you guys to say, mate, I did a 4 hour, 5 hour including qualifying. I did a 5 hour event on Sunday and I finished it. I finished the 5 hour event. What a thing to say. To say to other drivers, have you guys done a 5 hour event? Because I have. And I've got to the end of it as well. So it's an achievement all round. Even if you don't win that trophy, you've still completed a 5 hour event. Yeah, I have thought about trying LMU. It looks amazing. It looks so good. The problem is we don't have LMU commentators. I'm the only one. So it's a bit difficult at the moment. I used to do it with Formula 1. So with Formula 1, I never raced for the first 2 seasons in Formula 7. It was only the 3rd season when we had enough commentators that I actually started to participate in my own league. And now we've got an amazing team, incredible team. So eventually when we get to that point, maybe we can do that. And here comes Razvan Doprikanu. He's a 10th behind Ryan Clemenson. Did Ryan Clemenson make a mistake? We are looking at tiers for LMU, tier 1 and tier 2, based on pace. When that happens, I might try and get on the grid. So Razvan Doprikanu, 3 tenths behind Ryan Clemenson. He braked too late. He's made a mistake. And Razvan might punish him here. The Romanian driver getting ever so closer. Wow, he's now a second behind. Ryan Clemenson has notched it up a little bit. What about Jan Wagner being overtaken by Oscar Ellis? So, keep our eyes peeled on the front 2 hypercars. Imagine you're racing for an hour and 45 minutes and you are racing at the front separated by a couple of attempts. It is peak. Richard Tychak is your race leader by 35 seconds to Arnie Brandhorst. Might jump on the grid. Come on. Give me that McLaren. So 1.3 now, and there goes Marin Kitagawa. What about Alessandro Luca? Sasha, what's your name on track? Is it Sasha? Is it Ryan? I don't know. Oh, Tamamo, yeah, that's it. Oh, look at Razvan. I think Ryan Clemenson was held up a little bit by that back marker. And that is Razvan Dobrikanu, 6 tenths behind Ryan Clemenson. Yellow sector 3. So we're going to have another showdown between the two drivers. Look at this, the Aston Martin Valkyrie on the back of the Genesis. And the GT3s as well. Still quite spread out at the moment. But after all this racing, it is still half a second that separates the front two of the hypercars. Who would have thought after this much racing it would still be this close? Oh, and he's round! Razvan Dobrikanu nearly out of this race. And who is that? Is that Jan Wagner that is racing him? I don't think Jan knew anything about that. But Razvan Dobrikanu, my God, he did so well to hold on to that. He did so well. He's now 3 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. But had he not have had the skill that he possesses, that could have been straight into the barrier and race over for Razvan Dobrikanu. Arnie Brandhorst, 1.4 behind Oscar Ellis. He did. So now the gap is 4 seconds. I do wonder what that's done to his tyres. I do wonder what that's done to his confidence. Agu recapping P3. And then around the Mercedes driver. 2 seconds, guys. I forgot to grab something. 2 seconds, sorry. Sorry, guys. Yellow sets are free. I went to the toilet and then forgot to grab something. And the is the beauty and the beast. Right. Racing. Let's go. Alright, here we go. Ryan's going to win it. That's what it looks like at the moment. The gap is only 3.4. Alright, let's go. Yellow flag set to 3. I think that is Theo Tarnland. It is. He's sorted himself out. Alright, let's go. So Josh Harper-Jones, 1.6 behind Ethan Taylor. And the Genesis driver catching up. So that is a driver into the pit lane. Jan Wagner, Ryan Clemson, 3 seconds clear of Razvan Doplicanu. Sonny's coming back up. It's currently 3:34 a.m. on track. So this night racing will end and we will go back to some day racing here in Le Mans. Marion Kitagawa and Ethan Taylor on their way back out of the pit lane. Tamamo Cross is out. Jan Wagner still 21 drivers on track. Oh, Jan Wagner's out. Alan Borowski's out. Nicholas Duncan is still in. Not bad going for 2 hours of racing to still have 20 drivers on track. I knew it was going to be a difficult one. So the drivers are continuing to race, and Josh Harper-Jones is going to go for a move on Ethan Taylor. He is going to get the overtake, and Josh Harper-Jones will not get ahead. Ethan Taylor is going to make this as difficult as possible, wheel to wheel. Through turn 11 and 12, Josh Harper-Jones is in front. Ethan Taylor will have the edge now and the slipstream. And what about Jamie Brass on Robert Rockford? This is for P2. Richard Tychak is your race leader. Oscar Ellis got the move on Alessandro there really quickly. And there goes Ethan Taylor and Josh Harper-Jones. Side by side out of the Mulsanne chicane at turn 15. And he has got the move done. And now back comes Josh Harper-Jones. As we head through turn 17. Nothing to separate them. As the sun begins to rise over this French circuit. Late on the brakes goes Ethan Taylor. And Josh Harper-Jones will have to try it all over again. Oh, and he locks up in towards turn 20 at the Porsche chicane. Now, Jamie Brass on Robert Rockford. Down the Mulsanne straight. Josh Harper-Jones 3 tenths behind Ethan Taylor. Look at this for racing. Oh, he taps the wall. Ethan Taylor on the limit, just slamming into the wall. No damage done. And JHJ is still there. And this is not over for a long shot yet. Anything can happen in the remaining 2 hours. There's been a big collision, Robert Rockford. No, it says latency issue. That usually comes up when there's been a collision, but it's not. Jamie Brass, only 2 tenths behind Robert Rockford. Into the slipstream we go. And this is where Jamie Brass should get the overtake done and dusted. And Jamie Brass is going to make the overtake on Robert Rockford and move into P2. The McLaren driver. Down into turn 19. And he is up and through past the Irishman. Scotland versus Ireland. Here in the 4 hour of Le Mans. Now look at the speed and the pace of these hypercars. Here comes Josh Harper-Jones on Ethan Taylor down the Mulsanne straight. And he's not going to leave anything on the table as Ethan Taylor has been overtaken, but now he's going to try and come back. He's got the speed in the Cadillac. In towards turn 11. Josh is through, but he's sliding. Ethan Taylor retakes P4. Now, can Robert Rockford do the same thing? Ethan Taylor is holding on. Razvan is 13 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson at the moment. Josh Harper-Jones will have to try it all over again. Four tenths is the gap as we head in towards the Mulsanne chicane. Two hours done. We are at the halfway point in this race. And as we hit the halfway point, it might be the opportunity for Josh Harper-Jones to pick up the scraps. It is the Genesis driver that moves in front of the caddy. In towards turn 19 and down to the Porsche chicane. Josh Harper-Jones finally gets the move done. Robert Rockford is now nearly 4 seconds behind Jamie Brass. And he's off! Josh Harper-Jones makes a huge mistake. And off the circuit at the Porsche chicane. Arnie Brandhorst, 2.4 behind Alessandro Luca. Arnie Brandhorst being overtaken by the hypercar. I still don't understand what has happened to Oscar Ellis. I really don't. He was in the lead and he was on for the victory here. You can have a look at the fastest laps in this race. And Oscar Ellis in front of Arnie Brandhorst. So you can see he's definitely got the speed for this. Sector 2, I cannot see anything at the minute. We've had 4 full course yellows, no safety car in this race so far. What a great race. What a really, really good race. It's way above my expectations. It really is way above my expectations. I didn't expect it to be as good as it has been. I'm not going to lie, but it's been fantastic. So really happy with the way it's gone. Don't get me wrong, it's been a difficult opening 2 hours with the commentary, especially when you've got nobody to talk to and nobody to switch to say like over to you, you know, and then they crack on with whatever they're saying and you can bounce back and forth with each other. It definitely is a tricky one. I've got 12 hours of Assetto Corsa coming up in 2 weeks. I don't know what that's going to be like, but it's definitely going to be a hard one. And I think it'll be a lot trickier with Assetto Corsa because the way you use the broadcast in Assetto Corsa is a lot more tricky. And it's very difficult to pick where you go into. With LMU, you can just literally flick to the exact driver that you want to go to. With Assetto Corsa, it's very difficult. I think there'll be a second driver. But don't quote me on that. A second commentator, sorry, but don't quote me on that. And I won't be doing the full 12 hours. That is Stefano. Jamie Brass is into the pit lane. So Jamie Brass in the McLaren is into the pit lane. So yeah, that will be a tricky one. How is Richard doing? Tom, he is doing very, very well. How are we doing, Tom? You okay, mate? Richard is currently leading in the Lexus and he's done a phenomenal job to get to where he's got to. He had a collision on the first lap, which chucked him down the grid a little bit, but since then, I think you know what's helped Richard? His strategy. His strategy has been perfect. He pitted under the full course yellow, which absolutely saved him, and since then he has been unstoppable. So really looking forward to seeing how this race ends for him with 1 hour and 55 to go. Yeah, driver swaps should be good. I just don't know how driver swaps would work with our system of collecting data and stuff, but I'm sure we'll be able to do something. So 1.2 is the gap for Arnie Brandhorst, as he's still chasing down Alessandro. You can see the way he picks up the speed and onto the throttle. You can see the control as well. Just watch the throttle when he's coming out of the corners. The control that you have to use through there. None of this lift and coast. None of that here. Well, technically you are lifting and coasting, but it doesn't do anything. Look how close they are to the wall. So we can see 5 AM on track now. The sun will rise once again. Razvan being overtaken by a Guri Cap. Yellow sector 3. So Razvan Doprakani 1.1 behind the Guri Cap. And look at this, Arnie Brandhorst only 7 tenths behind Alessandro Luca with 1 hour and 50 to go in this race. We still don't know which way it's going to swing. Oh, wow, Arnie. Arnie. And Stefano. Yellow sector 3. And there was a driver, I think, that's just made a mistake. Yeah. So down this long straight we go. You've got Razvan on the back of a Guri Cap as well. But Arnie only 4 tenths as we're coming down this huge Mulsanne straight. Into turn 11. And then back down the second half of the Mulsanne straight. Arnie Brandhorst looking for a way through. We can see that his lap times are considerably quicker than Alessandro at the moment. So here we go. Arnie Brandhorst chasing down Alessandro Luca. And whilst this is going on, Razvan is catching up to a Guri Cap. Ryan Clenderson 22 seconds clear. But anything can happen with just under 2 hours to go. Anything can happen. I was going to do driver interviews as well. I don't know how that would work, to be quite honest with you, because none of them are in like a game chat. But it would have been nice maybe for the next event to maybe have them all in a chat and be able to jump in and speak with them. That is Razvan. Aguri's made a mistake. A Guri Cap has thrown away that P2. So Razvan Dobrikanu is up to P2. And Jamie Brass, he pitted, so he's down to P5 after the pit stop. The Aston Martin of Razvan will move on through. And the chase is on to Ryan Clemenson. Yeah, Emmanuel, that's one of the things that we are thinking about. Arnie Brandor's flashing Alessandro Luca. And they are very close on track. Arnie Brandor's looking for a way through. Down in towards the S's. Wheel to wheel go the two Porsche drivers. Alessandro stays ahead. As they bounce over the apex. Now here we go. Arnie Brandhorst once again into the slipstream of the Porsche. You've got the hypercar making a move. Arnie will try and do the same as he goes up the inside of turn 1. The two Porsche drivers wheel to wheel. Arnie is through. Alessandro demoted to P4. Great racing between the pair of them now. Razvan Dobrikanu on the back of Aguri cap. How did Aguri end back up in front of Razvan? Yeah, I don't really know what to do, to be honest, Emmanuel, but a lot of the drivers that race on LMU subscribe to the race control thing, so they get every track for £8 a month. So a lot of the times every driver will have every track. I don't subscribe, I just buy every DLC. Oh, and he's off the track again. So I don't think the DLC usually causes that many problems for drivers, to be honest. But it's definitely something we'll consider. Definitely. So Alessandro on Arnie. Down the long straight as the sun begins to rise. Whoa, Alessandro nearly ending his and Arnie's race. Just giving a little flash to apologise there. So out of the Mulsanne corner. Race control. Razvan Dobrikanu under investigation for causing a collision. So, very interesting stuff happening now. As Razvan Dobrikanu is under investigation for a collision from the steward's room. Oh, and look at this, Alessandro Luca up the inside. Now he's going to have the exit, he's going to have the slipstream. Alessandro all over the back of Arnie Brandhorst, who does not need this kind of pressure. Luckily, he's going to run out of straights, but that's not going to deter Alessandro away from making an overtake. And it will stay ahead. Lewis, how we doing, mate? You okay? Some great racing going on here. Nicholas Duncan in the Lexus still going. Matto Gubro, Mr. Consistent, Mr. Never Give Up, is still there in P8. And a little bit of oversteer coming out of the final corner there for Alessandro, who has been well involved in the action here today. He really has. What was the GT3 pole? I'm actually not sure, mate. And that is a Guri Cap that is into the lead of the race. Ryan Clemenson into the pit lane. Razvan Dobrikanu under investigation. 15-second time penalty. Razvan Dobrikanu crashes into a Guri Cap. 15-second time penalty for the Aston Martin Valkyrie driver of Razvan Dobrikanu. The Romanian is punished for causing a collision. Oscar Ellis is not too far behind Jamie Brass here, you know. Remember, Jamie Brass was in the lead of this race until he pitted. So bear that in mind with an hour and 40 minutes to go. Oscar Ellis around a second behind Jamie Brass. Alessandro 1.2 behind Arnie Brandhorst. And look at Oscar Ellis now. The gap is 3 tenths as he chases down Jamie Brass, and it looks inevitable as they come down the Mulsanne straight, and Oscar Ellis will move to the left hand side, and Jamie Brass, nothing he can do about this, as the Lexus driver will move in front of Jamie Brass. We don't know what the tyres are looking like. Maybe we can get it up, so let's have a look. So virtual energy, Razvan is going to have to pit shortly and serve that time penalty. Robert Rockford is due to pit. Jamie Brass and Oscar Ellis are very similar in terms of virtual energy. Stefano is in a strong position. And Alessandro is not giving up with this overtake. Oh, Alessandro getting a little bit shaky. So Jamie Brass now second behind Oscar Ellis. Robert is the next to catch Arnie. Yeah, you are right. So Arnie 3 tenths behind Robert Rockford. And remember, Arnie is on a massive resurgence here after that collision on the first lap, which gave him front bumper damage, and he ended up having to crawl to the pit lane he's done brilliantly to get back into this race, and now he is about to regain P2 from Robert Rockford down the Mulsanne straight into the slipstream. Goes Arnie Brandhorst. He'll move to the right hand side as we head down in towards turn 11, and Arnie Brandhorst will retake P2 away from Robert Rockford, the two Porsche drivers. But Robert Rockford comes back later on the brakes. And look at Alessandro Luca. We've got 3 Porsche drivers all squabbling for position. And Arnie is all over the rear wing of Robert Rockford. This is going to be the ultimate showdown with an hour and 38 minutes remaining. Arnie moving to the left hand side as we head in towards turn 12. Arnie Brandhorst back down to P3 momentarily, and look at Alessandro, who has joined the action as Arnie Brandhorst takes a huge chunk of the apex. Is he finally going to get it done into towards the Mulsanne chicane? And he'll have the inside of turn 14. And Alessandro is going to try and follow him through. They've collided. Robert Rockford and Alessandro. Just a little tap. But they carry on. Not much damage done. But that leaves Arnie Brandhorst in the distance. Luckily for Alessandro and Robert Rockford, they only lost around 2 seconds. Alessandro just missing that brake pedal ever so slightly. And now Robert Rockford is squeezing him. Alessandro does go through. Robert Rockford lets him go. So Aguri Cap is your race leader as he heads into the pit lane. Ryan Clemenson in P2 with Razvan Doppelkanu after serving that 15-second time penalty. So Arnie Brandhorst, 52 seconds behind Richard. But who knows what's going to happen from here on out. Under investigation, Alessandro Luca and Robert Rockford. I did think that was coming. I don't think it'll be excessive, but there was definitely a collision. So Alessandro Luca under investigation from race control. Robert Rockford into the pit lane. Theo Townland is out, Alan Borowski is out, Nicholas Duncan's still carrying on. Ryan Clemenson is coming around as Aguri Cap is your race leader with an hour and 35 minutes remaining. That is massive. How has Aguri Cap pulled this off? You might think it's Cap, but it's not. It's just Aguri Cap. Ryan Clemenson representing that AERT team here today. We need to get some F7R liveries, don't we? Get some drivers representing. Might see if Thomas Buter wants to do us one. Oh, what are them lines over the screen? Oh, it's just the shadow of the track. Ryan Clemenson only a second behind the Guri Cap. Wow, he caught up to him very quickly. Something going on here with the Guri because he is losing a tremendous amount of time. You can see the fastest laps. Ryan Clemenson to Razvan to Raj. And here we go. Ryan Clemenson and a Guri Kappa going at it. They are squabbling for the lead of this Grand Prix. The two hypercar drivers, after 2.5 hours of racing, are still battling for the lead. Genesis versus BMW. Into the Mulsanne chicane, and Ryan Clemenson retakes P1. Fantastic stuff. Marin Kitagawa still going. I tell you what, fair play to these drivers. 2.5 hours of driving. That is some going. It really is. So, race control. Alessandro Luca, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision with Robert Rockford. 5-second time penalty for Alessandro Luca in the Porsche. I think he knew it was coming. Race control have been absolutely on it today. Four full course yellows. No safety cars. But they have been on the collisions today. I don't know how to create another playlist. Anyway, Mato Gubro doing a brilliant job here. Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. Yellow sector 2. Not sure what's happened there. So a good recap, 4 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson, who leads in the hypercars. I don't really know how to create a new playlist. Sorry guys, 2 seconds, it's making me accept loads of stuff on YouTube. So the gaps have started to open up a little bit. Alessandro 3 seconds behind Arnie Brandhorst. Yeah, it looks that way, mate. Looks like Ryan is going to win, but who knows what can happen. You just never know. And that's what I say, you really do. And you just never know. Yellow sector 3. Oh, there's a driver that stopped on track. Oh, it was Robert Rockford. Caught up, yellow sector 1. So here comes Lucas Rosinski, and he's into the pit lane, and so is Matthew Wells. Only an hour and 27 minutes to go. I really hope the drivers make it all to the end, because it's what an achievement. What an achievement. Sorry guys, I don't know what's going on here, so... Alessandro Lucas catching back up to Arnie Brandhorst there. I do wonder if Arnie's starting to struggle. I don't know how to make another playlist. It's not letting me. So look at this, Alessandro Lucas, half a second behind Arnie Brandhorst. What has happened to Arnie here? He's losing a little bit of time. And I'm not really sure what is going on. So, 6/10 is the gap for Alessandro. Arnie Brandhorst representing the Boxer team. And into the pit lane goes Arnie Brandhorst, and Alessandro will follow him in. So they're both going to come out on fresh tyres and probably till the end of this race. So the drivers are not messing around now. Sorry guys, I'm just, there's a few clips that I've clipped throughout. I'm just going to get them posted whilst we've got a little bit of a break in the action. LeBron Haynes, he joined before and then left, didn't he? So a good recap, 7 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. Then you've got Sandro Luca on the back of Arnie Brandhorst. So Jamie Brass is going to come around the outside of Arnie. Jamie Brass is back up to P3. The undercut has worked. He's got a little bit of damage on the side of that McLaren. So Jamie Brass is through, but how long? Because Arnie Brandhorst will not let him get away with this. And we're now going to come down the Mulsanne straight, and there's nothing that Jamie Brass can do about this, because Arnie is going to be absolutely rapid down this huge, long Mulsanne straight. And Arnie Brandhorst will go back in front of Jamie Brass in the McLaren. We know Jamie likes to slot back in behind and then go for that late lunge up the inside. Thinks better of it. You can see Alessandro just in the distance behind. And Arnie was so quick through there. He was so quick. Now Alessandro, he's got that hypercar just behind him. I've got to say, well done to every driver that is still in this race. Really, really well done. You deserve a pat on the back, you really do. So Jamie Brass with Alessandro now chasing him down. You can see the Porsche driver just in the distance, the hypercar just making his way through. I hope you're all enjoying the race as much as I am. What a Grand Prix, what a Grand Prix. It's been so good. An hour and 20 to go. It's going to be an hour and 40, another race an hour and 40 tomorrow. That is Arnie just kicking up a bit of gravel. Just kicking up a little bit of gravel there. Harry, how long have they been going? They've been going 2 hours and 40 minutes at the moment. So yeah, absolutely incredible. So the McLaren of Jamie Brass. Oh God. Yellow sector free, green flag straight away. Jamie Brass coming into the Porsche chicane at turn 20. Back onto the throttle. Alessandro 1.8 behind him in that Porsche, chasing down the McLaren. Arnie Brandhorst 20 seconds behind Oscar Ellis, who is back up to P2, and only 29 seconds behind Richard, who is your race leader with 80 minutes remaining. Matto Gubro into the pit lane. He's overtaken by Jamie Brass. Jamie Brass went right around the inside of Matto Gubro and slotted into the pit lane. I do wonder why Jamie Brass is pitting again here. He's not long pitted. Interesting that Jamie Brass is opting to go into the pit lane again here. Matto Gubro will slot in just in front of him, quite literally. Samamo will cross out of this race. Razvan Doprakanu. So that leaves Alessandro in P3. Maybe Jamie is thinking outside the box here, thinking if I pit now, I'll get to the end of the race, and the other drivers might have to pit again anyway. So I'll get a bit of a head start on them. Go for that undercut. Maybe that's his thinking. Yellow sector 2. So we've got Oscar Ellis 5 seconds behind Robert Rockford, Jamie Brass 7 seconds behind Oscar Ellis, but Jamie Brass is on fresh tyres now. This has been a massive race. We've had consistently 30 to 35 people watching all race. Wow, Jamie just nearly threw it all away. In that one slight mistake, Jamie just nearly threw it all away. Matto Gubro still carrying on. Fair play to Matto and Stefano. Oscar Ellis 4.8 behind Robert Rockford. Wow, so Salute says Oscar Ellis is one track limit away from receiving a drive-through time penalty. That is massive. So Oscar Ellis is on the verge of receiving a drive-through time penalty, and these are the things that people are not taking into consideration. With an hour and 15 minutes to go, people just don't know how many track limits they're on or anything. So there's still a lot to play for in this race. We will ride on board with Oscar Ellis and keep our eyes peeled on the Lexus driver. He is getting his foot down and catching up to Robert Rockford with every inch of this track. He is getting closer and closer to Robert Rockford. So Richard Tychak is also on the limit of track limits. Interesting for the Slovakian driver in the Lexus. He's got to be extra careful now. Oh, and that might have just been that track limit. Oscar now 3.8 behind Robert. Yeah, Richard, with the race that he's driven here, Richard absolutely deserves this at the moment. At the moment. By enabling an MFD. Oh, and look at this. Oscar Ellis on Robert Rockford. He was not hanging around. So, Robert Rockford being overtaken by Oscar Ellis, who is now into P4. Press the right shift. What do you mean the right shift? Press the shift below the enter key. Ah. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Oh. So, Cooks, yeah, Cooks, 0 out of 7. So if we go to Richard, he's also 0 out of 7. So Richard is leading. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if some of my data's not being shared. That's why this doesn't work. That doesn't work, and this doesn't work. So maybe that's because of that, because it's not sharing some of the information. So Richard is leading by 43 seconds to Arnie. Robert Rockford now 3 seconds behind Oscar Ellis with 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. Tell you what, we've put in a stint today, guys. Well done, everybody. Put in a proper stint. It's starting to hit me a little bit. Yellow sector 2. Aguri Cap 13 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. Mato Bubro still carrying on. Yeah, no safety car in the 2 hours and 50 minutes of racing that we've done. Stefano is on his way into the pit lane. Well done, Stefano. Well done to all of you guys. Honestly, all deserve a medal. You really do. Alessandro 10 seconds behind Arnie. The top three, Ryan Clemenson, Aguri Cap and Razvan Dobrikanu in the hypercars. The top three of the GT3s, Richard Tajciak, Arnie Brandhorst and Alessandro Luca. So Robert Rockford 5 seconds behind Oscar Ellis. What a race this has been. It really has been a fascinating Grand Prix. Not long left now. Not long left. The drivers know. And you know what as well? It's such a long race for a solo driver to do. As soon as this 4 hours is up, they're going to be like, oh my God, their hands are going to be aching, their arms are going to be aching. You know, they're going to be dying for the toilet or whatever it might be. They're just going to be... Yeah, it's such a long race for a driver to go through. So, well done. Yeah, I thought so. I knew there'd be a driver that needed to. So the track and the drivers are quite spread out now. Marcel Fuchs was your first driver to DNF. Emmanuel Hamilton, your second driver in the Peugeot. And then you have Joseph Gelder in the Cadillac, who retired. Ligler Barnabas retired. And then Peter Peterson was the next one out. Mr. Infinity, who was doing actually a pretty decent job, just pulled over and retired as well. Reese Dye ended the race. And then you have Raymond Takas, who was in a very strong position when he pulled over and retired. And then Tamamo Cross also out of this race. Jan Wagner was then the next driver to retire. And Theo Tarnland also out of this race. Alan Borowski, your final driver to retire. And Nicholas Duncan is one of 17 drivers still racing. Yeah, maybe you might have the DLC by that point, Emmanuel. But we don't even know yet. We don't know if that is all confirmed or that is definitely happening. Everything is still subject to change. I don't know what that means. Had too much Steam cards. Oh right, you've had too many for your parents, like. So the gap 6 seconds for Jamie Brass on the back of Robert Rockford. So he is closing that gap. With every inch of this circuit, he is getting closer and closer. Now the gap is only 5.4 to Robert Rockford. Oh, Ryan Clemenson, pit stop is imminent. He's not got enough fuel to get to the end of the race. So he's going to have to pit. I'm going to have a look now and see what trophy the winner is going to get. I've still got to ship NMX James's trophy out and B Wright's trophy out in Casper's. So Marin Kitagawa only 6 seconds behind Matthew Wells. Jamie Brass only 5.2 behind Robert Rockford. We have hit the 60-minute mark. 3 hours of racing down. 1 hour to go. This is brilliant. A Aguri Cap is catching as Ryan Clemenson is into the pit lane. And for the last hour of racing, we are going to turn it up a little bit. A Aguri Cap will now take the lead of the race as Ryan Clemenson is into the pit lane. Jamie Brass 5 seconds behind. 1 hour left of this Grand Prix. 3 hours down. What an incredible event. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you all so much for tuning in and staying with us. It's been incredible. It has been everything I would have hoped for. Razvan Doprekanu is going to move on through. Ryan Clemenson still in the pit lane. Cap might win, says Ryan Clemenson. Wow. So Ryan Clemenson in the chat saying Aguri Cap might win this. Wow. So Ryan Clemenson, who has done a phenomenal job, is in the chat saying that Aguri Cap might have this. Has Aguri Cap shocked everybody and pulled one out of the bag here in Le Mans? Jamie Brass 4.3 behind Robert Roxford. He's got enough fuel for 10 more minutes. Arnie Brandhorst 35 seconds behind Richard Tajciak. So let's have a look at the virtual energy of these drivers. So you can see Aguri 18%, Razvan 8%, Josh Albert-Jones 8%. Look at this, Richard Tajciak 43%, Arnie Brandhorst 47%. So they are very, very closely matched. So Arnie Brandhorst is on an absolute charge to catch up to Richard Tajciak. This is going to be so close when it comes to the end of this race. Let's just get the head-to-head up and see what the lap times are saying. Arnie Brandhorst was 2 seconds quicker than Richard on that last lap. 2 seconds quicker. If it stays like that, with an hour to go, it will be very close come the end of this race. You've got to remember, Richard has a slight little bit less battery than Arnie does. But will they both make it to the end of the race? Jamie Brass 4 seconds behind. He set the exact same time as Stefano Lavarone on the last lap. Can't wait to get out of this chair now. 4 hours is such a long time. What a Grand Prix though, what a Grand Prix. I've hit a little bit of that wall now. Razvan into the pits. Razvan has pitted. That means Ryan Clemenson will go through. We knew it was coming. Razvan is into the pit lane. Now the chase is on to a Guri Cap who's 1 minute and 10 seconds in front of Ryan Clemenson. Yellow sector 1. So, Salute is saying this is well stuck for grabs here. "15 laps remaining. The hypercars do usually 10 laps per stint. Very interesting. Arnie Brandhorst 33.5 seconds behind Richard Taichiat. Marin Kitagawa 3 seconds behind Matthew Wells for P7 in the hypercars. I tell you what, Marin, considering his track record recently of DNFs and stuff, he is doing an incredible job in this race. To still be in, to still have very little issues on track, with 3 hours and 7 minutes of racing under his belt. This is phenomenal. So virtual energy, that is what it's saying at the moment. Oh no! I've jinxed him! I've jinxed him! Commentator's curse for Marin Kitagawa. Maybe it was just for the cameras. Maybe he just wanted to show, hey, I'm still Marin Kitagawa, I can still spin. And he was just showing us he's still there. Jamie Brass, 1 second behind Robert Rockford. So Aguri Cap is apparently risking it all. He is risking it all. So let's have a look at Aguri Cap. Down the Mulsanne Straight. Jamie Brass 9 tenths behind Robert Rockford. We are going to get some more battling soon. So the McLaren on the back of the Porsche driver. You can see him just in the distance ahead. Mato Gobro still carrying on. What a drive from him. It really is. It just goes to show people are determined. So we're going to go down in towards the Mulsanne chicane. Clemenson is in P2, 1 minute and 8 seconds behind Aguri Cap, who will still have to pit. But at the moment, Jamie Brass 6 tenths behind Robert Rockford. Ireland versus Scotland for round 3. The Irishman will have to go ultra defensive here as we're heading down through turn 17. And look how close Jamie Brass is to the back of Robert Rockford. You know what? I can't wait to see the stream stats for this race. Right. The way you guys have stuck around all race is so impressive, and I'm so thankful that we've got such an amazing community. I really am. So 1.1 is the gap for Jamie Brass, and Robert Rockford is in the pit lane. Robert Rockford is back in that Porsche with 50 minutes to go. Lewis. Yeah, Bart, I know. It's such a shame that. Bart, what's your name? What's your in-game name? Because I've got a feeling that your race stats are under 2 different names, you know. Nicholas is out. Nicholas Duncan is out. Alan Borowski, yes. Bart, I've got a funny feeling because every driver has their own stats, and we had stats for Jamie, like Jamie Brass. His stats were under Jamie Brass and under Banana, so it wasn't picking up all of his stats because it was under 2 different names. So we had to reconnect them all. I'm pretty sure some of your races are under Bart and some of your races are under Alan Borowski, but I'll have to double check it. Oh, Nicholas's game crashed. But I will double check that. If it is, I will reconnect them all back up. That's why this is the reason that, you know, the information page. We've made people put it in there because some people have a different Discord name to a different race name to a different in-game name to a different real name and all that sort of stuff. So when I do the driver profiles, I put all of that information on there. So it doesn't matter what your name is, it still links up. But I'll just double check. But I definitely got every fight pretty much that has happened on track today. We do have a lot of TikToks that are up at the moment as well. It might even be on there. So Ryan Clemenson is now leading. There's a goo recap, 30 seconds behind. Is Ryan Clemenson going to get to the end of the race though? That is the question. Arnie Brandhorst 28 seconds behind Richard Sajciak. On the last lap again, 1.8 seconds quicker was Arnie Brandhorst. He's absolutely flying, the Boxer driver. Who is going to walk away with the 4 Hour of Le Mans trophy here in Le Mans? We've been live for 4 hours and 34 minutes. And that is because we had to restart the stream after like 40 minutes. We are touching 5 hours live. In fact, yeah, we're over 5 hours live. We were live for 15 minutes prior to qualifying, then an hour qualifying. So we've been live for 5 hours already without this 45 minutes. Or is it 4 hours? I don't know. So Arnie Brandhorst chasing down Richard. Richard has got a lot of fans, but so has Arnie Brandhorst. They will both have their fans in the chat waiting for them, hoping that they can win. What an event to win if you're representing a team like Arnie is representing Boxer and Richard Sajciak representing Titan Corp. What an event for them. What an achievement for them. So a goo recap, 34 seconds behind Ryan Clemenson. Ryan Clemenson did say that it's going to be tough to get to the end. It's all about strategy now. Yellow flag is waving. Full course yellow. That is the 5th full course yellow of the race. Full course yellow active. Full course yellow is active. So there must have been a crash somewhere. So this gives us a little bit of downtime. Wow, what a long one. What a long one. What a long race. Absolutely worth it though. And my goodness me, am I glad it's not 6 hours now. 4 hours is definitely the limit for solo drivers and for commentary as well. Because not only is it solo drivers, it's solo comms as well. So yeah, 4 hours is absolutely the limit. Really good. Oh, Jamie. What has happened to Jamie Brass? Something has happened here. Have any of the drivers took the opportunity to go into the pit lane? Richard might miss his opportunity. Imagine if he could make it. What about Ryan Clemenson? He's coming down the Mulsanne Straight, so he's nowhere near. Alessandro. And we do have a couple of hypercars. There's a Guri, Razvan Dopradakanu coming down the Mulsanne Straight. Josh Albert Jones. Ethan Taylor. Richard 28 seconds clear of Arnie Brandhorst. I hope nobody gets any penalties here. Mato Gubro for causing a collision with Lucas Radzinski. No further investigation into Jamie Brass. Jamie Brass under investigation for causing a collision. No further action. Now, race control. Mato Gubro under investigation for causing a collision with Lucas Radzinski. Cap needs to pit. I don't know. I thought Aguri Cap already pitted. This is still a wide open race with 40 minutes to go. I do wonder if Richard Tychak is going to reach the pit lane in time. I don't know what happened to Oscar Ellis. I'm still asking the same question myself because he was leading by a mile. He was like 30 seconds clear. And then after he come out of the pit lane, he was just so far behind. I think he was involved in a collision, which is a real shame. There we go. We are green and back racing. Richard carries on. And Arnie Brandhorst is now 32 seconds behind Richard Tychiak. How did he lose so much time? That means Ryan Clemenson, he could save a little bit of fuel there. Who knows? Who knows? Pit lane is closed. Something's happened at the pit lane. That is closed. Nobody can enter. Robert Rockford, Mato Gubro. Oh, he spun in sector 3 and lost his rear wing. That's what happened. Into the pit lane goes Mato Gubro. Aguri Cap. Ryan Clemenson coming down in towards the Porsche chicane. This is going to be so close. It's going to be so close for Richard and Arnie. Arnie's got the pace. Arnie's got the speed to win this thing. But Richard is not too far behind. And Richard's got the will and the determination. I just want to say this is for a clip. Thank you so much to everybody that's been a part of this 4-hour of Le Mans race. It has been absolutely incredible. Well done to the winners and the champions who are going to receive a trophy for their efforts. You know, we've been racing an hour of qualifying, 4 hours of racing. It has been absolutely brilliant. We've had consistently 30 to 35 viewers for the whole 5 hours. That is absolutely amazing for you guys to stay with us and support us. Thank you. Well done to the drivers. Well done to the Marshall team. It has been an incredible event. I cannot wait for event 2, hopefully in the US of A. So we are still racing, guys. Remember that. Aguri Cap 38 seconds in front. Richard Sajak 31 seconds in front with 38 minutes to go. Mato Gubro causing a collision. Classed as a racing incident. Mato Gubro causing a collision with Lucas Rajinski. Classed as a racing incident by the Marshall control room. So no further action for that one. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Fair Jack, let's go, mate. 23 months. Hey, I hope you're doing well, Jack. Thank you so much for the sub. That is 6 subs during this race. Thank you all so much for the support. Jack, nice to see you, man. Aguri Cap now has enough fuel to finish the race because of the full course yellow. Bear that in mind. So Aguri Cap now has enough fuel to get to the end. Arnie Brandhorst. Richard Tajak is into the pit lane. Arnie Brandhorst is also into the pits. This is going to be a massive race to the line. This is going to be huge. Richard and Arnie are into the pit lane. Oscar Ellis is back up to P3 and into the podium places. Marin Kitagawa has been overtaken by Lucas Rajinski. He's into the pit lane as well. Richard and Arnie. Who's going to come out of the pit lane first? Surely it's going to be Richard. There we go. Richard is on his way. Arnie does not want to be too far behind him. We still have 35 minutes of racing. There we go. Arnie looks like he might have caught up to Richard during this pit stop. Oh, I thought he was on his way out then. There we go. He doesn't have enough. Somebody says he doesn't have enough. So Richard is out. Now, has Arnie managed to catch up? If he has, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. Remember, he was 31 seconds behind Richard when he went into the pit lane. He's going to come out around 22, 23 seconds behind. Oh my God. He has taken 10 seconds away from Richard in the pit lane. This is massive. Absolutely massive. Aguri Cap and Ryan Clemens still might have to pit before the end of this race. But Arnie Brandhorst, this race is not over for the Boxer driver. He runs a little bit wide. The hypercar is through. Jamie Brass, 3.5 seconds behind Stefano Lavarone. Oh, there's a driver into the gravel there. Full course yellow. Somebody's gone off, and that is a full course yellow. I do wonder why that full course yellow is out. Trying to find the reason for it. That means a lot of these drivers might actually get to the end of this race now during this full course yellow. They can fuel save. And Arnie Brandhorst is catching up to Richard. This is not good. This is really not good for him. I don't know what caused it, but the full course yellow is out, and that means Arnie Brandhorst. Ryan Clemenson is nowhere near the pit lane during this full course yellow. This is massive. This is massive. Green flag, we are racing once more. Richard with an awesome restart. So 22 seconds between Richard and Arnie. Jamie Brass only 1.2 behind Stefano Lavrone. Sorry guys, I was just having a little drink. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. It's mad, isn't it? Because we've done the same amount of cobs today as we would do if we did all 4 F1 tiers. All 4 F1 tiers equate to just over 6 hours, and we've done around 5.5 today. Go read what Salut said. What did he say? Solar in P4 has crashed it, lost 2 tyres in a ring. Oh, Solar is out. Ethan Taylor is out. He's crashed. That's what caused the full course yellow. Matthew Wells, he's in P6 in the hypercars. He's drove a splendid race. And let me give a big shout out to Matthew Wells. He's undergone surgery. He's been out for a couple of weeks. He has returned for his first race here in Formula 7 racing. And he has returned for a 4-hour of Le Mans. A big shout out to Matthew Wells. An incredible return to the racing scene. And what a race to return to. Well done to Matthew Wells, and I hope the recovery has gone well. I wish you the best moving forward. What a drive from Matthew. 4 hours of racing in Le Mans after going through what he's gone through, after the recovery, after the operation and the surgery, and here he is competing in the 4 hours of Le Mans. So Arnie Brandor's 20.8 seconds behind Richard with 30 minutes to go. I think Aguirre will make it now because of that full course yellow. If he does, he'll take P2, which is an awesome drive. Emmanuel says, oh my God, Jamie Brass on the back of Stefano. Here we go, Jamie Brass. Ryan Clemenson will have to pit. So apparently Ryan Clemenson will have to pit before the end of this race. Is the race victory going to be taken away from the Englishman? Wow, oh wow. So here comes Jamie Brass. Jamie Brass is all over the back of Stefano. These two have gone at it so many times during this race. And now they're going to go at it again. And down the Mulsanne straight. Jamie Brass on the back of Stefano into the slipstream he goes. He is catching him at a rapid rate of knots. He moves left, moves right. And Jamie Brass, with that extra bit of horsepower, that extra bit of speed, is now side by side with the BMW. The McLaren gets his nose ahead. Stefano is off the track. And the McLaren is let free. Stefano, nothing he could do to defend that. The gap between Ryan and Aguirre, 40 seconds. So Jamie Brass up to P5. Mato Gubro up to P8. What a stat to add to his race driver profile. Just thinking as well, you know what I didn't know, which is amazing? I think I think Salute mentioned it the other day. It's a shame that we can't edit to show how many races have had safety cars and virtual safety cars and all that sort of stuff. Well, I found out that you actually can. So we can edit the safety cars, we can edit the VSCs, and we can edit how long the race went on for. We can do much more than I ever thought, which is amazing because then it brings us stats. So when we revisit races, okay, in the previous race, how many safety cars was there? How many virtual safety cars? How many laps and all that sort of stuff? And for driver profiles, how long have they been racing and all that sort of stuff? So I didn't know we could do that. So this is amazing stuff. Yeah, it's been a great addition. I think, to be honest, with the introduction of the race director control room or something like that, I think with the introduction of that, it's probably give RLT a little kick up the backside and gone, right, come on, you've got a bit of competition here, what can you do? Which is actually better for the people that use the systems. I'm not going to lie, Race Director looks brilliant, looks really good. The way it's laid out and the graphics are probably better, but all of the information that we have in RLT, 33 seasons of data, is just something that we cannot give up. So yeah, when you've got that much data to look back on, it's very hard to move away. Because we can look back at seasons upon seasons of data, which is just amazing. So Stefano is going to head into the pit lane. Josh Harper-Jones still in P4. Lucas Jasinski in P5. Matthew Wells in P6. Marin Kitagawa in P7. 24 minutes, lads, and you have completed the 4 hour of Le Mans. Come on, guys. Stefano's out. Stefano is out. No, it's Robert Rockford that's out. Oh, that's a shame when you've raced for over 3.5 hours for Stefano to be out. That is such a shame. Oscar Ellis. I don't know how Oscar Ellis has not won this race. I really don't. So I don't know if that's a disconnection from Robert Rockford. Salute's going to try and get him back in if he wants to finish the race. I mean, when you've raced for that long, a lot of the drivers will want to finish. I cannot wait to put this data into the system, you know. I cannot wait. I really cannot wait to put this data in. Arnie, 18 seconds behind Richard with 23 minutes to go. So 18.4 seconds. Oscar Ellis 10 seconds behind Alessandro Luca. On his debut, Alessandro Luca is on for a podium of the 4 hour of Le Mans. Incredible. What a debut. What an introduction into Formula 7 racing to get a podium in a race like this. Matto Gubro still going. Robert Rockford is back in track. Oh, well done. Robert Rockford, you absolutely deserve to finish this race. Come on. Get in there, Robert. I was so hoping you finished this race, especially racing for 3.5 hours. I'm so glad you're back on track. So Arnie, absolutely flying. Just have a look at the previous laps. Yeah, no worries, Manuel. Thank you for being here, mate. Really appreciate it. Well, the race has been neutralised a little bit. I'm not going to lie. It's been a very good race. It's been a long race. But we've had so much action, and I did not expect that. I did not expect to still be having action 3 hours after the race started. Yeah, Solar, so unfortunate, mate. Ryan Clemenson. He's 1 point off a drive through, Ryan Clemenson. He needs to be so careful here. He's got 45 seconds to play with. He does not need to push like this, Ryan Clemenson. 19 minutes to go. He could throw away the first ever Le Mans 4 hours victory with track limits. Yeah, that's fine, Salute. That's fine. Try and get some screenshots of it as well. Arnie Brandhorst isn't out of this yet. 18 minutes to go, 17 seconds behind. If Richard makes any mistakes, Arnie is going to punish him. And I think Richard has to think about this now. But at the moment, there is a trophy going all the way to Slovakia in the representation of Titan Core Racing, with all the Slovakian drivers behind him, all rooting him on. The willingness of a whole country on his shoulders. Richard is just 18 minutes away from mastering Le Mans. Oscar Ellis, 9.5 seconds behind Alessandro Luca. This is for a podium place. Can Oscar Ellis claw his way back into the top 3? Ryan will box this lap. Ryan will box this lap. 17 seconds to go. 17 minutes to go. Ryan Clemenson is going to box at the end of this lap. Wow. He's only got to go in and splash like 5 laps of fuel, says Solar. So they're saying he might keep the lead. This is massive. So let's get the virtual energy on. Yeah, Ryan Clemenson absolutely has to pit. We've not seen a single safety car, but we've had the marshals in the background for the whole race. I want to say a thank you to Salute as well, because obviously this wouldn't have been possible without him in the background for the whole race. So thank you very much. so we can show the last 10 laps of average times. So we can see that Aguri Cap 3:48.0, Ryan Clemenson a 3:47.3. So over the last 10 laps, he's around 7 tenths quicker. And then if we go to the last 5 laps of racing, and that means that Aguri has been about 30 seconds quicker than Ryan Clemenson in the last 5 laps, so that says. So show driver off tracks. Oh, maybe we should have had this on. So then if the driver's off the track, we can click straight to them. That's a good one to have, really. So Ryan Clemenson is into the pit lane. The race leader with just under 15 minutes to go is into the pit lane. Arnie Brandhorst 17 seconds behind Richard. Yeah, Solar, so am I, mate. I'm hoping the racing tomorrow is as good as this. So let's have a look at Aguri Cap. He is coming. And Ryan Clemenson only needs a splash of fuel, as Solar said. Aguri is coming. And I tell you, this is going to be close. Ryan Clemenson is on his way back out. Aguri Cap is coming down the pit straight. And he is going to come out in front of Ryan Clemenson. 14 minutes remaining. And Aguri Cap will take the lead of the 4 Hour of Le Mans in the hypercars. My, oh my. Ryan Clemenson is 5.5 seconds behind Aguri Cap. It is going to be a sprint to the end. Razvan will have to box as well. That means Josh Harper-Jones might pick up a podium. And what a podium it will be. Oscar Ellis is still closing on Alessandro Luca. 7 seconds is the gap. That is for a podium in the GT3s. Ryan Clemenson will be absolutely flying now, but it is not all said and done. We did not expect a showdown like this. After 4 hours of racing, it is going to go down to the final 12 minutes. Keep an eye on Oscar Ellis as well. The man that was in the lead for so long. Now Ryan Clemenson has got some work ahead of him. He is going to be absolutely pushing this now, Ryan Clemenson. He's got to be careful of them track limits as well. .5 minutes to go. Ryan Clemenson chasing down Aguri Cap for the race lead. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when he gets there, but it is going to be one hell of a battle for the lead, for the win, for the race victory of the 4 Hour of Le Mans. Yellow flag is waving. We don't want any hiccups now. Oscar Ellis has made a mistake. Yellow sector 2. Oscar Ellis has made a mistake. And as well, Mari Kitagawa, I think, made a mistake. Ryan Clemenson is losing time. Ryan Clemenson is losing time to Aguri Cap. Oh, and he's making a few mistakes. I think maybe trying to get heat into them tyres. 10 minutes to go. Is he going to lose the victory at the very end? This is absolutely massive. Yellow sector 3. 5.3 is the gap. God, this is such an awesome ending to an awesome race. Ryan Clemenson pushing the limits of what this Genesis can do. Arnie Brandhorst 13 seconds behind Richard. He's closing the gap as well. Mato Gubro! Mato Gubro loses the rear wing in the Porsche. He's back on track. This is no way for Mato to go out. After 3 hours and 50 seconds of racing, this is not the way Mato would have wanted to end this. Ryan Clemenson 4.8 seconds behind Aguri Cap. Mato Gubro has got such a long way to go to get to the pit lane. He's got to wait for these drivers to go through. Yellow flag is waving. There's a few things going on here. There's a driver, I think that is Josh Harper-Jones. There's 2 yellow flags waving at the same time. Mato Gubro is back on track, but with no rear wing. I just hope he gets to the end. He absolutely deserves it. He deserves to get to the end. Just under 9 minutes to go. Ryan Clemenson is 5 seconds behind Aguri Cap. Is Aguri going to hold on to this? Wow, what an ending. So everybody is back on track and racing. We need to see fuel. Yeah. Is that virtual energy? .4. Yellow sector 3. Mato Gubro is really struggling, but he's not in the dirt at the moment. Pit lane is closed. He is still carrying on here, Mato. He's getting out of the way, no problems. There we go, back green. Yellow sector 3 is just with Mato, I think. Damn, Clemenson overfueled, says Lewis. .4 seconds is the gap. This is going to be so close. This is going to be so close. After 4 hours of racing, it is not said and done. It is going right down to the wire. Arnie Brandhorst 13 seconds behind Richard. He is catching. 3.6 is the gap. Aguri Cap knows that he's probably going to catch him right near the end of this race. Just under 7 minutes remaining of this 4-hour race. And we don't know who the winner of this race is going to be. How about that? And Ryan Clemenson around the outside of Stefano. Aguri Cap is your race leader. Aguri Cap is 0.5 track limits away from a drive-through. And he uses Richard as a little bit of a tow down the straight. 4.4 seconds. Razvan is into the pit lane. Josh Harper-Jones might even, no, he's not going to. I think Razvan's got the gap to come out ahead. 3.5 is the gap now for Ryan Clemenson. This is quite incredible. Ryan Clemenson, so close yet so far. Aguri Cap is losing energy with every inch of this circuit. Ryan Clemenson also gets a toe off Richard. Razvan on his way out of the pit lane. Here comes Josh Harper-Jones. 3.6, 5 minutes to go. Has Ryan Clemenson butchered the strategy here in Le Mans? He is pushing. He is really pushing. Solar, I didn't notice that. Aguri Cap is being extra careful. I tell you what, Aguri is going to be very close to the line at the end with his virtual energy. This is so close. This is so close. We'll keep the virtual energy up till the end now. .4 seconds with 4 minutes to go. Let's see if we can see. There he is. Ryan Clemenson chasing down the leader. You can see him in the background. My oh my, 4 minutes to go. And I tell you what, Arnie Brandhorst only 12 seconds off the back of Richard. Well done to all of the drivers. Matto as well carrying on. Robert Rockford. Stefano, Jamie Brass. Oscar Ellis only 8 seconds behind, but it's a little bit too late now. 3 minutes to go with 3 seconds to gain. Ryan Clemenson has all of this hard work been undone right at the depth. This will be the penultimate lap. There will be one more lap after this, I think. Or is this the final lap? This could well be the final lap. Ryan Clemenson is off the track. He's gone deep. This is the final lap. This is the final lap. Aguri Cap is 2.9 clear. I don't think he's going to catch him. I don't think he's going to catch him as we head down the Mulsanne straight. Aguri Cap with the perfect strategy. Look at Ryan Clemenson behind. What about Richard? He's also on the final lap. He's 11 seconds clear. Ryan Clemenson. .4 is the distance. 4 hours of Le Mans. And it all comes down to this. Well, the cost of trophies just doubled with Aguri Cap winning. If that is the case. Aguri Cap in towards the Mulsanne chicane. He has timed it beautifully with the virtual energy. 6% remaining. It is going to get him to the end of the race. The gap is 2.8. So close yet so far for Ryan Clemenson. Aguri Cap heading in towards turn 18 and 19. I tell you what, 5% energy, this is going to be extremely tight. So the gap is 2.4 coming out of the Porsche chicane. Aguri Cap putting everything on the line. The gap is 2 seconds. Ryan is so close. 4 hours of racing and they are separated by 2 seconds. He's hunting him down all the way to the checkered flag. Aguri Cap coming through the final couple of corners. Formerly Mael Castro, now Aguri Cap, the man from Switzerland. With only a couple of corners to go, the gap is 1.7. But Aguri Cap has timed the race to perfection with the perfect strategy. Aguri Cap comes through the final couple of corners and down to the line. Aguri Cap and Ryan Clemenson. Aguri wins. Aguri Cap wins by half a second after 4 hours of racing. What an incredible Grand Prix. Richard Tyciak with the gap of 12 seconds. With the whole of Titan Core Racing behind him. With the whole of Slovakia behind him. The whole team. But Richard in the Lexus, it didn't start as well as he would have wanted. But he is in dreamland as it is ending the way he wanted it to. Richard Tyciak will come through the final couple of corners and the man from Slovakia will win the 4 Hour of Le Mans in the GT3s. What an incredible race. Arnie Brandhaus is going to come through to take P2. Alessandro Luca on his debut might be throwing away a podium. Oscar Ellis is catching. 5 seconds is the gap. Alessandro Luca needs to be careful here. What a race. It really is. Let me just take a picture of that. So, Alessandro Luca coming through the final couple of corners. An incredible 4 hour race comes to an end. Formula 7 racing, Alessandro Luca will take a podium on his debut here in Le Mans. What a race. What a race. Oscar Ellis in P4, 1.5 seconds. Jamie Brass P5, Stefano P6, Robert Rockford P7. Well done, Robert. Matto Gubro, well done, mate. Absolute phenomenal drive, Matto. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message, Salute. Sorry. Oh, Josh Harper-Jones. Robert Rockford comes through to take P7. Matto Gubro is going to be the final driver. What a drive. What a drive. A Great race. Matt O'Gubro comes through. What a drive from Matt O'Gubro. Absolute incredible event. Thank you all so much. That was amazing. It really, really was. It was everything I was hoping it would be and more. Well done to all of the drivers. That was so good to watch. Thank you to everybody that tuned in and stayed with us throughout this event. Well done to everybody involved in this, in making it work. To the stewards, the marshal team, the event organisers, the drivers, everybody involved in making this event happen. Thank you all so much. It has been a truly one-of-a-kind event here in Le Mans. There we have it. What a race. What a race. Thank you, everybody that tuned in. Thank you to everybody that's been a part of this event. It has been absolutely amazing. Thank you to everybody that's been a part of it. We'll be back tomorrow for Le Mans again for our weekly races. 100 minutes of Le Mans tomorrow. I need to sit down. I need a break. In fact, I don't need to sit down. I need to stand up. Thank you to everybody. I really do appreciate it. It has been absolutely incredible. Thank you to all of you guys for sticking with us. We'll be back tomorrow for our weekly Le Mans races, and then we'll be back for our event 2 in the US of A in 4 weeks' time. Well done to all of the drivers, and well done on winning your trophies. Thank you, everybody, and I will see you on the next one. Take care, everyone.